Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Today we continue our book study on Dion Fortune's The Cosmic Doctrine. We will pick up on chapter 22 and proceed for about 3 chapters or so. I trust that you are doing well this evening. Glad to have you here joining me on this session. So peace and greetings to all my favorite people in the universe. Let's get the show on the road. Honey Brown, peace. Good evening. WT, peace, my friend. Hero, the hero, peace, greetings to you. Jan Pomeroy, peace. I'm doing very well, thank you. Hope you're doing well as well. Moldbox, peace. Welcome. Let's get this thing going, shall we? Cosmic Traveler, peace. Welcome. So, last week, we took the time to really break down some of the terms and to get some clarity on what some of these things mean. That was very helpful for me to put together, and I hope that it was very helpful for you to be a part of. But now we continue here with the influences of the manifest universe. And the manifested universe is the dream, the simulation, the solar logos going within and dreaming up a reality of its own design. Nadraj Ram, peace. Great 636, peace, my guy, peace. Hope y'all are having a great evening. Thank you for sharing the session. Zero says this week went crazy because of that amazing last Saturday class. Good to hear. Yeah, for me as well. The putting together of that information and thinking on that information really helped me to connect more dots. So this particular book study is very, very influential to my grasping of these massive concepts. Let's talk about chapter 22, influences of the manifested universe. So, plane conditions and planetary spirits. Plane conditions, planetary spirits. The doctrine of the planes. And by the way, how's the audio coming through? Good? Music too loud? Rainwater. Peace. Good Saturday evening to you. So the doctrine of the planes cannot be understood without the doctrine of the planetary spirits. So we talked about those planes before and how we're dealing with planes of vibrational density. They all coexist simultaneously, but it's just like the chakras. The root chakra deals with a specific range of experiences. The heart chakra deals with a specific range of experiences. And the higher up you go, the closer you get to purity and oneness, right? The origin of things. The closer you get to the origin of things, so there's going to be less differentiation, less distinction, less separation. And that is equivalent to the first plane, basically. And what we find on the 7th plane, which is the furthest plane out, that's where we get the most apparent separation. That's where we get manifestation as we know it, things of that nature. So the doctrine of the planes cannot be understood without the doctrine of the planetary spirits. Let it be remembered that a planetary spirit was evolved with the development of each plane, but that as the planetary spirit itself was developed at the time that the plane was being evolved, its highest aspect will be of the subtlest aspect of the matter of that plane. very key. Thus, the subtlest aspect of the earth is etheric. It is a plane of forms without intelligence. You may have seen many times in occult literature that the earth and the moon are often said to have been twins, to be of the same essence, just on a different plane. And what that is a metaphor of how the etheric plane and the physical plane are very close to each other. But again, we're talking about the differences of density. The lower density, the lower vibration, the more tangible, the more distinct, the more separated it appears to be. The higher the density, the higher the vibration, the more fluid, right? The more energetic, the more spiritual. So that's the difference between the etheric plane and the physical plane. The etheric plane is going to be more subtle than the physical plane. The etheric plane is often represented by the moon. If you know Kabbalah, you'll know that Yesod, being the planet of the moon, Yesod is the representative of the etheric plane. But they are inseparable. They are one and the same. They are two sides of the same coin. The etheric plane and the physical plane, the moon and the earth. It's all symbolic. It's not literal. These images are designed to train the mind, not to inform it. So let's run that back. And by the way, with that being said, everything physical has an etheric counterpart. And really, it goes on up the chain. Everything etheric has an astral counterpart. Everything astral has a mental counterpart, so on and so forth, up the chain. So what we're really studying right now in this page is the fact that everything is a part of a chain of command, from the lowest, densest, and the level above that is going to be less dense, higher vibration. Level above that, less dense, higher vibration. That's what the planes are all about. So when we talk about these planetary spirits, what we're also saying is that on each one of those planes, there is a center of operation. Just like how every country has a capital, right? Every city has like a base of operations where the most influential minds meet and discuss the changes and the maintenance of the area. Likewise, each plane has a base of operations. Each plane has a area where the most influential aspects condense and congregate. Much like how the physical plane has areas where intelligence congregates. Same thing happens all the way up the food chain. So let's talk about it. Let it be remembered that a planetary spirit was evolved with the development of each plane, but that as the planetary spirit itself was developed at the time that the plane was being evolved, its highest aspect will be of the subtlest aspect of the matter of that plane. That's what that means. Thus, the subtlest aspect of the earth is etheric. It is a plane of forms without intelligence. Each planetary spirit, then, is the archetype of the life of its plane. So when you think about these planetary spirits, 7 of them in particular, right? When you think about these planetary spirits, where we are, each of those planetary spirits then is an archetype of the life of its plane. It is the great dominating influence of that plane. In the course of the evolutionary tides, however, matter of the planes below is gathered about that planetary spirit, thus forming shells or bodies for it. But the matter of the planes above is not accreted. For these elements, in its nature, it depends upon the influences from superior planes, which act upon its atmosphere. And that element in its atmosphere is more directly supplied by the corresponding aspects in the lives inhabiting its sphere. So a key thing here is said in that second paragraph. She said, it is a plane of forms without intelligence. So just to kind of make a metaphor of what she's saying, the physical plane in its evolution, when the intelligences begin to congregate, or I should say the more subtle aspects of the plane begin to congregate, forms and shapes begin to occur. So we begin to have vehicles, bodies, your fish, your trees, your insects, your mammals, your reptiles. These forms begin to take shape. in the blueprint, level of the planet. But that is not a result of the planet itself. That is the result of a plane above pressing down order on the plane below. So when you see pattern and activity happening in the physical plane, really what you're seeing is a response and an echo of something happening on a higher plane. This is the fundamentals of magic right here. Fundamentals of magic. When something is happening in the etheric plane, the physical plane will give the response of that behavior. Now, guess what? Like I said, it goes up the chain. So the astral plane, right? When the astral plane has certain patterns taking place, that is forming movement on the etheric plane. And since the etheric plane is now moving and taking shape, that's having an effect on the physical plane. So nothing starts down here. Nothing starts on the dense levels. Nothing starts on the dense levels. And what that means for those of you who consider yourselves practicing magicians, you know this, it's obvious. We do our work in the higher planes. This is why you close your eyes, you meditate, you light up a candle, you go into your imagination, you start working with symbols and correspondences. Why? Not because the stuff is special, but because you're attempting to connect and correlate the symbology of what those things represent. Check, you good? I believe I can fly. Now, thus the planetary spirit is as a group soul of that plane on which it functions through the planes below it to the dense physical with which it has been supplied. Right? The dense physical plane, those are the Legos, the building blocks, the toys it has to play with. But the elements of the plane above it, which serve it as an individuality, and remember what an individuality is, right? A higher self. Personality is lower self, individuality is higher self. We'll go back over this, but which serve as an individuality are supplied by the lives evolving in its sphere and partakes of the nature of a group mind of the life of that planet. This is a subtle but important distinction, for it means that the higher self of the planetary spirit depends upon the lives dwelling on it for its development. This is key since we're talking about the life of the planetary spirit and its connection to its incarnations. So, what does that mean to you as an individual? That means that when you're considering your particular spiritual journey and particular spiritual growth and your experiences in life, it's more than just about you. You are a part of a much greater ecosystem. So is everyone and everything else. Everything is working together, connected, like legs of or tentacles of an octopus, tentacles of a squid. All of us are connected to a much bigger pattern. And it helps to try to glimpse as much of that pattern as you can to get a clear perspective of who you are and where you are and what you're doing. Echo on the audio. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I need to fix that. Yeah, thanks. Give me a second. Showing them who was the high now. Pimp. Nasty funky pimp. Stanky chick. All right, so if I'm not mistaken, the echo should be gone by now. Is that correct? Let me know if the echo is gone. Wayne M, peace, peace. Rose of Flame in the building. Peace and greetings. Louis, welcome, welcome. Peace, peace. TGS in the building. Welcome, my friend. Matt Tony, peace, peace, peace. Welcome, welcome, my brother. Fort Hill 666. Peace and greetings. Emperor Rex, peace, peace. Yeah, Micah, welcome, welcome. Okay, good to go, good to go. Let's get back to it then. Let's get back to it then. Mathra, welcome to the session, peace. Abraham Garza, peace, welcome. Abraham Garza says, oh damn, Travis, you rock. I'm currently listening to your Mystical Kabbalah playlist. Awesome. I hope that it is very insightful and beneficial to your study. So, we were talking about the planetary spirit and its higher self, right? That's where we were. Higher and higher. Proteus, seer of eons. Welcome, my friend. Peace to you. Okay, so the higher self of the planetary spirit. Let's get back to it. So she said here, thus the planetary spirit is as a group soul of that plane on which it functions through the planes below it to the dense physical. So basically, as us on this physical plane, there is a higher self, a collective unconscious. There's a higher self that is behind the scenes of all manifested life on this planet, of all manifested life on this planet. That's not just human beings, that's also frogs, snakes, fish, quartz crystals, lapis lazuli, water, fire. So the planetary spirit is as a group soul of that plane on which it functions through the planes below it to the dense physical with which it has been supplied. But the elements of the plane above it, which serve as an individuality, higher self, are supplied by the lives evolving in its sphere and partakes of the nature of a group mind of the life of that planet. This is a subtle but important distinction, for it means that the higher self of the planetary spirit depends upon the lives dwelling on it for its development. So what's the point? The planetary spirit utilizes the incarnations on its lower levels to help it evolve. You see, these things are all evolving on all levels, from the bottom to the top. Everything is moving, changing, and evolving. God, angels, humans, the elementals that we put together, the spirits that we create and work with, all these things are growing and evolving upward. Now, for those of you who do work with tarot, what she mentioned here about these elements of the higher planes, just like on the lower dense plane, we have actual fire that we can look at and point to, actual water we can look at and point to, actual air that we can feel, actual earth that we can touch. Well, if you notice in tarot, you've got these ace cards, the ace of wands, ace of pentacles, etc., etc. What those ace cards represent are the pure elements, the elements not on the dense plane, but the elements on the planes above, the higher self of the element, so to speak. So your ace of cups represents the pattern of the higher self of the water element, basically. And if you do elemental magic and you work with these entities through their symbology, this is what you're dealing with when you work with the king of water elementals, Ixa, the king of fire elementals, so on and so forth. So you're reaching upwards toward the group soul of all the manifestations of that particular entity. And that might sound like such a lofty big deal, but you have access to that. You have access to that. There's nothing blocking you. There's nothing you have to earn. There's no rank that you have to achieve externally. Once you realize the spiritual authority within yourself, you can work with anything. Spiritual authority. Spiritual authority is at the center of all this right here. Because without spiritual authority, what are you doing? Besides pretending. You damn sure ain't commanding change. Now, a planetary spirit is a vast, artificial elemental for which humanity builds a greater self. And while the planetary spirit determines the condition of all evolution and all function within its sphere, the higher aspects do not belong to it, but are related to those planetary spirits who are its seniors. Let's run that back. A planetary spirit is a vast, artificial elemental for which humanity builds a greater self. And while the planetary spirit determines the condition of all evolution and all function within its sphere, the higher aspects do not belong to it, but are related to those planetary spirits who are its seniors. So even the planetary spirit, even this collective unconscious, is an artificial creation of what came before it. Chain goes up. So when you think about that, pay attention to what that does to how you conceive of the food chain of reality, right? Because I know before all this, I, like damn near everybody else, came into the game thinking, okay, so there's people and then there's God up there, right? God up there somewhere. And he's got like this gang of angels floating around. And if God likes you, he might send some of his angels to like make sure nothing bad happens to you. And if God doesn't like you, he'll let the demons come get you, right? That's what we thought before. But after studying this information, we see that that's literally the preschool version of spirituality. The preschool version of spirituality. That's enough to keep somebody well behaved, right? Give somebody hope that things will get better. What you start to realize is that there's a hierarchy. There's a hierarchy, and it's not based on what humans base hierarchy off of. It's literally just based off of alignment and vibration. And when I say vibration, I mean like what kind of consciousness the thing is. What's the quality of that consciousness? Something with a high degree, a high quality of consciousness, a high degree of refinement, a high degree of sophistication. This is going to be something that is aligned at a higher level of authority. Something of a low, unrefined, low quality of consciousness is going to be a little bit lower on the food chain. And in that way, it doesn't matter what race or what species or what type of vehicle you have. It matters what's the level of consciousness that you've developed, that you've attained to. Patrick says, could this higher self be an emanation of the single point? My question to you is, what is not an emanation of the single point? What is an exception to being an emanation of the single point? Patrick says the aces will be Kether, right? Absolutely. And that's what I mean. So Kether is a representative of everything before it. When we think about Kether, it's a representative of everything before it. When we think of the clip-off, it's a representative of everything after it, right? So both Kether and clip-off, and even Doth to a massive degree, these are seen as placeholders. These are seen as placeholders because the finite human mind that we operate through, it doesn't have enough gigabytes, enough RAM, enough processing power to grasp what Kether represents, what Doth represents, what the clip-off represents. So we use a placeholder and we just kind of know, okay, that's what's going on here. So when we think about these aces, we're thinking about the elemental forces but on a level of highly refined consciousness. We're thinking about the elemental forces, but far more sophisticated and refined than what we deal with on a daily basis. So anything that resonates with Kether resonates with something that is far more sophisticated than what we're dealing with in this universe. Chemical energy. Peace. All right. We good? Everybody on the same page? 129. A planetary spirit is a vast artificial elemental for which humanity builds a greater self. And while the planetary spirit determines the condition of all evolutions and all function within its sphere, the higher aspects do not belong to it, but are related to those planetary spirits who are its seniors. So the group soul planetary spirit of any plane, of any planet, it is actually a creation of entities and consciousnesses that are on a level above it, on a plane above it. So the group soul is a creation of the entities above it. And that relationship is the exact same as the relationship between the group soul and us as incarnated entities. We are an artificial creation of our group soul. So you're seeing the pattern of this reflecting upward forever. Just like when you create your imaginary friends, whenever you work with your spirits, whenever you create characters for your novel, for your movie, for your show, when you create music, when you create art, you're creating an art, you're taking artificial intelligence, creating an artificial elemental, and you're imbuing it with energy, and you're sending it forth to do its thing. It's a creation of a higher mind. Your art is a creation of a higher mind. In the same way, you are a creation of a higher mind. You're a piece of art designed by a higher intelligence. That is your higher self. That's the group soul. But the group soul, the higher self, is also a creation of art of a higher intelligence. And it continues forever. It continues forever. It's easy stuff. So, therefore, it is that in relation to the earth, the man who would attain the maximum evolution within her sphere, who would achieve the supreme humanity of the animal aspect, must make himself at one with the forces of the earth and of her subtle self, the moon. But it is only by the influences of the planets that he can raise consciousness to the higher planes, and upon the tides of the planets, he must make the transition. This is important because this chapter is called The Influences of the Manifested Universe. It's not just the higher self of the earth that has an effect on you. It's the higher self of all the planetary spirits that are affecting you. Therefore, it is that in relation to the earth, the man who would attain the maximum evolution within her sphere, who would achieve the supreme humanity of the animal aspect, must make himself at one with the forces of the earth. What are the forces of the earth? What are the forces of the earth? And of her subtle self, the moon. So you got to make yourself at one with the forces of the earth and the forces of the moon. What are those forces? What does that mean? But it is only by the influences of the planets that he can raise consciousness to the higher planes. And upon the tides of the planets, he must make the transition. What does that mean? Is that something that you can do? Is that something that's within your sphere of influence? Shout out to Ophiel. Shout out to my Gnosis. Peace, my friend. Peace. Welcome to the stream. He who takes the earth as his planet becomes earthbound, and the time is soon now as cosmic time is reckoned, that the present human evolution, this is 100 years ago, by the way, the present human evolution will be withdrawn from the earth plane, and therefore the advanced souls of that evolution do not find their development in communion with the earth soul. It is to the children of the elements that earth is an initiator, not to the children of men. Earth is an initiator to the children of the elements, not to the children of men. Do you know the difference? Do you know the difference? Let's read that again. He who takes the earth as his planet becomes earthbound. Okay? And the time is soon now, as the cosmic time is reckoned, that the present human evolution will be withdrawn from the earth plane, and therefore the advanced souls of that evolution do not find their development in communion with the earth soul. It is to the children of the elements that earth is an initiator, not to the children of men. I believe that when I read this book the first time a couple years ago, I grasped the notion that, of course, she talked about how there are classes of consciousness that come through. They inhabit the vehicles that are already here. They do their thing, learn their lessons, live their experiences. And then graduation comes, and those souls are reaped and taken. That's not the end of humanity. That's the end of that batch. Because after that class graduates, a new class steps into its place. Think about high school. When you're a freshman, you just got there for the first time. You don't know the rules of high school. Some people get picked on, beat up, chumped off, made fun of, and some people move up the ranks, gain some popularity. You know what I'm saying? We all experience this stuff for the first time, and then we move up to the next grade, and we can look down at the freshman, and say, "Oh, I was there. I know how it is," and we can do the making fun of, or whatever. And then all the way till you get to the senior level, you're done with school, you graduate, you hug everybody, or you just leave and never look back. But either way, you're finished with that experience. But guess what? Those sophomores have already taken your place, ready to step into those shoes. Same thing is happening with life. This is not the first or last batch of humans. The humans that made the pyramids, oh, we was kings. They long gone, and they're not related to you whatsoever. We was not no damn kings. There have been so many different classes of humans that have come through here. We talk about Atlantis and Lemuria and the 1900s, right? But anyways, what I believe that she's saying here is that there has been a recent graduation. I think that it took place around 2012 or so, right? Because I'm very questionable about people born after the year 2000. People born after the year 2000 are very different. These are not the same batch of humans, and I stand on that. I stand on that hill. What we're experiencing here now is not the same batch of humans from a couple years ago. Anyways, what I'm saying is that according to the cosmology here, a group of souls come through, experience reality, and they leave. And a new group comes through and does the same thing. Different groups, different classes, different generations. This whole thing is a cycle. It's a cycle. So let's read that one more time, and then we'll break down that last line. He who takes the earth as his planet becomes earthbound, and the time is soon now, as cosmic time is reckoned, that the present human evolution will be withdrawn from the earth plane. Like I said, this was 100 years ago. I believe that this has happened already. Some of us are the remnants of the last batch, right? Some of us are the remnants for the last batch. And as a quick note, a lot of people are like, "Oh, they're making GMO food, and oh, they're doing all this surveillance and AI, and all these things are happening." Well, you ever wonder that maybe this is necessary, and it's not for you; it's for the next batch. All the stuff that's going down that you're trying to fight and rebel against, it's not even for you. You're going to be gone before that stuff is really implemented. They're setting this stuff up for the next batch, and if you see how these people behave, they need it. You can unfollow me, cancel me, but the shit that they have planned, quote unquote, is necessary. It's necessary because this new batch, different breed. But anyways, that's my opinion. Do with it as you will. The present human evolution will be withdrawn from the earth plane, and therefore the advanced souls of that evolution do not find their development in communion with the earth soul. I believe what she's saying here with that line is that the lessons for that particular batch on earth are finished. They have been here long enough. They've been here so long that they've learned and done everything that needs to be done. Nothing new under the sun. So that means that the next stage of growth and evolution is going to take place on a different level, on a different plane. These are the people who are graduating. They have nothing else to learn. Just like when you're a senior in high school, there's nothing. There comes a point in your senior year where you're just waiting for graduation. There's a point in your senior, those of us who have graduated high school, it's a point towards the end of that year where you know you're just waiting to graduate. That's it. And you spend your time setting up the little parties and the stuff that I don't know what they do. I didn't care, but you're pretty much preparing to leave. Likewise here, the advanced souls of that evolution do not find their development in communion with the earth soul. You're finished with her lessons. You're now aligning with a different one. However, here's the next line. It is to the children of the elements. Guess what? If y'all part of this new batch, it's a likelihood that you're a child of the elements, that you used to be an elemental spirit that just now gained a sophisticated level of consciousness to be into the next level. It is to the children of the elements that earth is an initiator, not to the children of men. Not to the children of men. But there's the paragraph if you want to look into it, study it. We're moving on to the next line. The earth and the moon initiations are physical initiations. That's the physical plane and the etheric plane. The earth and the moon initiations are physical initiations and concern the fall into matter and generation. Now here's a very interesting lineup she has right here, talking about the planets and what they give you or what they're teaching. TGS says rounding the buoy. Yes, absolutely, right? Absolutely. Domina the Witchtress. Peace, peace. Not the first and the last batch. The show goes on. The show goes on. Sadhguru says an avatar isn't an incarnation of God, but a human that transcends his limitations to become like a god. Yes. Yes. In my extensive study of the Vedic information, I learned that the title of Vishnu and Shiva and all that other stuff, these aren't like immortal gods who are standing in one place. Just like what you said here, Zero, it's of the tradition that these are positions that people move up into, and they do their thing for a while, and then they move on, and someone else moves up into the position of Shiva or Vishnu. Like these gods, according to the Vedic tradition, consciousness, people move into those roles. Just like when you talk about Doctor Strange and the Sorcerer Supreme and all that other stuff. You move into the role. And when you're done with it, you go to the next place and somebody else steps in. Interesting, right? You've heard people say, oh, I'm an avatar of Hermes. I'm an avatar of Thoth. I'm usually kind of questionable about people who claim that themselves, but for the peanut gallery, that works. The peanut gallery loves someone to make a claim as that. But anyways, great observation. Coop TGS says, couldn't agree more. Many from 20th century were so amazing because they were graduating. Yes. Yes. And this is a new batch. I'm telling you, this is a new batch right here. Oracle Messenger. Peace, peace. John Micah says, today humanity is making the impossible. Impossible computing, impossible physics, impossible burgers. New lessons, right? I like them Impossible Burgers they came up with. Pork says the trafficking too. LOL. Nah. Um, I'm not specifically talking about that. I'm talking about the structural development. I'm not talking about that stuff. Obviously, I mean like how society is being engineered, manufactured, processed. Because you got to think that's an important task. Somebody has to shape society. You have to have the insight and the foresight of the type of people that populate the earth and how to manage this thing. Wayne M says maybe that's why there are no more greats like the MJs of the musicians. Absolutely. Absolutely. And keep following down that train of thought, and a lot more things will become very obvious to you. Absolutely. Because you got to think also, those greats are a result and a product of a lot of reincarnating, right? Those greats that we experienced were people who have been here for so long that they mastered the game, and they were showing you that they mastered the game. When you see greats popping up, that's a good sign. Greats on both sides, right? Um, Constructive and destructive greats. Let's continue. Yeah, so the planets and what they offer us. The planets may be assigned as follows: the Earth, to the plane of the dense physical. We know that. The Moon, her satellite, to that division known as the etheric. Mention that as well. Earth is the physical plane. The Moon represents the etheric plane. Remember, the etheric plane sets up the construct for what happens on the physical plane. The etherical plane creates the blueprint for what's going to manifest in the physical plane. That's the relationship. Mars dominates the plane of the instincts and the passions. Why are we talking about this? Let's run it back real quick. Look at what she said up here. Planetary spirits for it. Therefore, it is that in relation to the Earth, the man who would attain the maximum evolution within her sphere, who would achieve the supreme humanity of the animal aspect, must make himself at one with the forces of the Earth, the physical plane, and her subtle self, the Moon. Remember, I asked you, what are the forces of the physical plane? What are the forces of the Moon? She told us right down here. The Earth is the plane of the dense physical. The Moon is her satellite, known as the etheric. But that's not it. What else she said? But it is only by the influences of the planets that he can raise consciousness to the higher planes. And upon the tides of the planets, he must make the transition. So, what are the influences of the planets? Here's where we get to it. The physical is the physical dense plane. That's what the Earth represents. The Moon represents the etheric plane. Mars dominates the plane of the instincts and passion. Right? Venus represents the plane of abstract emotions. These are all influences pressed upon your animal body, by the way, and your animal mind. Saturn is the plane of the concrete mind. Saturn, be it noted, is the formative influence, meaning it is constructing paradigms. That's what Saturn is all about. Mercury is the planet of the abstract mind. The abstract mind. Jupiter. Jupiter is the planet of the concrete spiritual. The concrete spiritual. The sun himself is the symbol of the logos on the seventh plane. So when you look up at the sun, you're seeing a physical representation of the dreamer, of the logos, of the mind of the all, the one that is putting all this stuff into play. That's why these ancient cultures worshiped the sun, because they knew that the sun was the dreamer. They knew that the sun was the architect. Not that they worshiped the sun as a ball of fire. They knew what the sun actually was. It is the physical vehicle on the seventh plane of the dreamer itself. Remember what you said in previous chapters? When this great entity falls asleep, it creates a simulation, it creates a dream. And one of the first things it makes in its simulation is itself. What does it make for itself? It makes a physical vessel, a vehicle. We know of it as the sun. We know of it as the sun. That's why we get prana and everything that we need to exist from the sun. It's not prana. We're existing in an ocean of consciousness that is being exuded from this great ball of fire. Ain't no great ball of fire. It is the representation of the first plane within the seventh plane. It is the source of consciousness in this plane. So when you do your meditations, take your ass up to that sun and go into it and see what your subconscious mind pulls out in your visualizations. If you've never done it before, I urge you to meditate flying into the sun and make sure that your funky ass animal body dissolves before you get there, because you don't want to take that with you. For those who are brave enough. But anyways, so we talked about how these different planets have this influence on you as an entity in this plane. Conceive then each planet as the archetype of its plane, as radiating out its influence upon that plane and tuning that plane with its vibrations. And conceive each evolution as developing the corresponding factors within its nature when sojourning on a plane of the outgoing arc, and upon the returning arc, aspiring to dominate those factors within itself, and thereby to dominate the condition of the plane by means of the rapport thus developed with its ruling influence. She said a lot within that long ass sentence. We'll go back over it. The domination can only be completely achieved by securing the sympathetic cooperation of the planetary spirit. So what we're trying to do is come into rapport with Mother Earth. We're trying to come into rapport with Mother Earth. Now don't wait for everybody else, because like I said, this is of my opinion that most of the Earth now is that new class, brand new. But some of us are remnants of that last class. For whatever reason, it is of our task to realize the rapport that we have with Mother Earth, to recognize that rapport, that harmony, that synergy, so that we can realize that we are at one with her and move on to the next. Let's go back over this paragraph. Conceive then that each planet as the archetype of its plane. Remember Mars being the archetype of those passions, right? Let's go back a page to see exactly what it said. You can see Mars as the archetype of the plane of instincts and passions. You can see the moon as the archetype of the etheric plane. Venus as the archetype of abstract emotions. Pause for a moment. Abstract emotions, what is that? Consider abstract emotions. What is that like to you? What does that mean to you? Abstract emotions. Saturn, the plane of the concrete mind. Mercury, the planet of the abstract mind. Jupiter, the planet of the concrete spiritual. And of course, the sun as the solar logos. Did the chakras come to mind? My gnosis says the koshas. The koshas, exactly, right? We're talking about you. We're still talking about you. All spiritual information is always talking about you. And when I say you, I mean the levels and layers of you, not just your animal body and animal mind, but all the layers. You're like all of this stuff compressed into one point. And who's doing the compressing? Who's doing the observing? All right, let's keep going. Yeah, Mystic, peace. Welcome to the lesson. Zero says abstract emotions that you can put on art as expression. And what's interesting about this abstract emotions is that Everyone doesn't have to understand or speak the same language. This is something that you can experience and interact with and still have an ignition of these abstract emotions. So this abstract emotion, we're talking about a language that goes beyond the logical, rational mind. But anyways, conceive of each planet as the archetype of its plane, as radiating out its influence upon that plane. So you can see Venus as an archetype of this plane of abstract emotions, radiating out the essence of abstract emotion all across the plane of Venus, just radiating it out as a frequency band, as a radio station, not a ball of gas floating out in the sky somewhere, but as a frequency band, as a radio station that you can tap into. You gotta frame this stuff properly if you want to harness it. So as radiating out its influence upon that plane and tuning that plane with its vibrations. And conceive each evolution as developing the corresponding factors within its nature when sojourning on a plane. So look, when you find yourself upon that plane of Venus, when you're sojourning, when you're traveling, what you're actually doing is you are being tuned to that plane. You're getting an experience in that plane of abstract emotions. You're spending time there and you're becoming aligned with that plane. So you're picking up on the lessons. Let's say you, as your primordial self, before you are focused on this physical body, you spent time floating through that frequency band, that radio station of abstract emotions. And you spent some time through that frequency band of Saturn, putting together concrete, defined plans. You spent time through Mars, right? Absorbing raw instinctual passion, right? You spent time on all these planes already, mastering what they had to offer you. So conceive of each evolution as developing the corresponding factors within its nature when sojourning on a plane of the outgoing arc. So as you're going out, as you're going through these planes, you're developing corresponding nature within yourself as you're moving through. So each plane that you don't move through, you absorb the behavior of that plane, and then you went to the next. Now here's the thing. Once you hit that outside, once you hit the firmament, you have to turn around and come back. Right? Once you hit the barrier, the extent of the dream, and you can't go any further, you come right back through those same planes that you already passed through, right? Now here's what happens on your way back in. And upon the returning arc, you're now aspiring to dominate those factors within itself. So if you went through that plane of abstract emotion, you were overwhelmed with it. It consumed you. You had to become one with it in such a way that you surrendered to it, and it overtook you. And that's how you learned. That's how you were taught. And after you pass through and come on your way back, it's now different. You're not being overwhelmed. You are seeking to master that plane on your way back in. You're seeking to master that plane on your way back through it. So look, upon the returning arc, aspiring to dominate those factors within itself, and thereby to dominate the condition of the plane by means of the rapport thus developed. So as you're dominating that nature within yourself, as you're dominating what these different intelligences represent, when you dominate those forces within yourself, what you're not doing is you're showing you, subconscious mind, your higher self, and the planetary entity, which is a part of your higher self. You're showing it that you are one with it, that you have now sophisticated your consciousness enough to represent it, to wield its authority, and eventually to master it. In other words, if you go to school, you're a student and you're learning and you're brand new, and you must obey the teachers and the rules and the regulations. But if you graduate that school and come back as a teacher, now you've mastered that system, and you are one who can wield the power of that system. You now represent that system. You're an authority on behalf of that system. And now it's your task to shape the ones under you, right? And within that, you move up the ranks. Let's keep going. So And upon the returning arc, aspiring to dominate those factors within itself, and thereby to dominate the condition of the plane by means of the rapport thus develops, because you're now one with its ruling influence. The domination can only be completely achieved by securing the sympathetic cooperation of the planetary spirit. You become one with that entity once you master what the entity represents within yourself. So you're doing this. This is what it means to know thyself. You've got to understand all the influences and expressions that are acting upon you, and you've got to be in a position to master those influences. And when you master the influences, you have the authority to wield them accordingly. In that position, you become recognized by these forces as one with them. This is what spiritual authority is all about. This is why magic works, because the very forces that you represent recognize you as an authority. This is why this works. Not by lucky charms and crossing your fingers and the special candle that you lit or special demon that you summoned. It's when you, within your concept, prove to yourself that you are one with these very forces that you represent. When you prove that you are at one with those forces, they respect you, they obey you, you wield them. You have the authority to wield them. I hope that's clear, because a lot of other explanations for why magic works misses the mark completely. It's not about selling your soul. It's not about begging a certain spirit to give you their powers. It's not about, the rock that you use. Oh, my crystal is purple and shiny. That means. And it's not about a book that you read. It's about understanding what you are and who you are, what you're working with, and what time it is. When you have these levels of understanding, like nothing can rob you of that. Like there's no human being, no funky ass human being on this planet that can tell me anything different than what I know. Nobody's gonna talk me out of my power, right? Nobody should be able to talk you out of your power. Imagine that. Imagine that somebody's talking to you online and convinces you that you ain't shit, and convinces you that you can't do something, convinces you that something's not gonna work because the rules say. Like imagine that. Imagine how fragile your structure must be to where somebody can talk you out of who and what you are. That sucks. So do the work. Do the work. What does that mean? Do the work. What's the result of doing the work? You prove to yourself who you are, what you are. You prove the spiritual authority to yourself. You prove it. No one can take it from you once you prove it. I've seen a lot of people whose sense of authority is based off of some shit they saw on social media. Stop it. Easy come, easy go. If a wild TikToker told you about your power and you believe it, and then another wild TikToker talks you out of your power and then you believe that, what's happening? It's some people that are asking me the same questions for years, and I keep trying to tell them, I see what you're doing. You going from me to this YouTuber to that YouTuber, asking us all the same goddamn question, and you are not listening to any of them. Or even worse, you're listening to all of them. At what point did you stop and test it? You didn't. That's why you're back here asking me the same dumbass question, bro. You're going to have to. I love you. That's why I'm talking to you like this. Where we at? Stop it. Go do something. Now, as has been aforesaid, the planetary spirits are great, but mindless entities. Therefore, each has assigned to it a guide, and these guides are of the first evolution, the first class, being lords of flame, and they are called the archangels of the spheres. That's why I kept calling that first class the lords of flame, these archangels. It is through the knowledge of these the dominion of the planes is secured. For that reason, their names are guarded and known in their entirety to the Logos alone. For by the name in its entirety, it is possible to command. But in the name in its consonants only, it is possible to invoke. There's a difference from invoking an entity and commanding an entity. You can invoke whatever you want. Now, are you able to command it? That depends on how well you know yourself. And when I say know yourself, I don't mean know your personality. I mean everything that we just talked about, how well you mastered this vehicle that you operate through. Obviously, you know from listening, the vehicle is not just a physical vehicle. There's also an emotional vehicle. There's also a mental vehicle, so on and so forth. The more that you understand about those vehicles and harmonize your sense of self, your sense of power and authority, you get closer and closer to knowing the name of these archangels. And it's not a name that you speak. It's a name that it's a vibration, it's a frequency. You witness it, you realize it. And when you realize it, you're stepping into the position to command these things. So when it comes to magic words and words of power, it's not actually a word that's on a piece of paper. And you're not going to buy it on a book from Amazon, right? There's a book on Amazon that'll have words of power. And if you read it, speak it, that doesn't mean portals are going to open up. No, that only works when you have a realization of what it is that you're dealing with. It's not an English word. It's not a Latin word. It's a realization of the power that you're working with. And when you find that power within yourself, now you can use it out there. Let's go back over it one more time. Now, as has been aforesaid, the planetary spirits are great but mindless entities. So these planetary spirits that we just finished talking about, Jupiter being the planet of the spiritual plane, Venus being the great entity of abstract emotions, Mars of these raw passions, etc. These are great entities, and they have an extreme influence on you and everything else. However, they're mindless entities. There's a concept introduced by Lovecraft called the idiot gods. And it's a funny name. That doesn't mean that it's powerless. That just means that it doesn't have an individual mind. Its mind is so complex that it cannot be an individual mind. It's essentially mindless. Think about it. If there's an entity that is operating through all living beings on the planet, what kind of personality can it have? What kind of, how can it be an individual? When you think of Mother Earth, it's best to think of her as a force. We think about Azathoth in the center of the universe. It is a force. It is pure chaos. It doesn't have a singular mind. It is the mind of all things. The mindless entities are probably some of the most powerful for that reason. And that's why you have to recognize them within yourself, because that's how you can find the specific button to press to get it on your side, so to speak. To me, like as a practicing occultist who's worked with many systems, like this shit right here is making so much to me, so much clearer. I hope it's doing the same for you. This is some interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. So now, as has been aforesaid, the planetary spirits are great but mindless entities. Therefore, each has assigned to it a guide, and these guides are of the first evolution. And they're lords of flame, and they are called the archangels of the spheres. So we know that the archangel of the sun is Michael. The archangel of Mercury is Raphael, right? Zadkiel, Camiel is the archangel of Mars. This is what that stuff means. They were the first ones to come through on those planes. They are the archangel of the spheres. It is through the knowledge of these the dominion of the planes is secure. So if you want to dominate the plane of raw instinct and pure aggression and pure passion, you need to work with Camiel, the archangel of Mars. If you want to dominate the influence and the force of the abstract mind, you need to go to the archangel of Venus. So on and so forth. This is why Kabbalah gives you the names of these angels, so you can start to have a concept of what you're dealing with and who you're dealing with. And like she said here, you can invoke them through those names, but you're not able to command them until you can harmonize with them. What that means is you can recognize their influence inside of you and master that, so that now when you approach those angels, they see themselves. Therefore, they submit to you. not because you're better than them, but because you are at one with them. So it is through the knowledge of these the dominion of the planes is secured. For that reason, their names are guarded and known in their entirety to the Logos alone. You must become the Logos. You must become the dreamer. You must become a spitting image of the dreamer. That's what she's not saying, but she is saying. For by the name in its entirety it is possible to command, but in the name in its consonants only it is possible to invoke. And for those of you curious, this is really where the science of angels and archangel magic is. This is what you're doing with the science of archangel magic. Angels and archangels are not supposed to be counters to demonic magic, right? That's the trick. That's the silly stuff. Angels are not put in place to counter demons. I know a lot of people think this. I thought this at one point, where if I'm going to work with a demon, I have to work with an angel too to balance it out, right? Where did we get that from? We got that from church. That's not how this works. Demonic magic and daemonic magic serves a specific purpose and is for the development of the personality. It is for the harmonizing of the individual person. Angelic magic comes into the harmonizing of the higher self. That's the difference between the Shemam Mephrash and the Goetia. They're not supposed to be side by side. And if I invoke Andros, I gotta invoke Anuel. No, because if you read their descriptions, they have nothing to do with each other. In fact, I don't see any correlation to the Shemam Mephrash and the Goetia, other than they might represent the same days of the month or the same tarot cards. I challenge you to find a correlation between the Goetia and the Shemam Mephrash, other than the fact that they represent certain tarot cards at certain days of the week. I have not seen anywhere where the Goetia and the Shemam Mephrash are connected in a practical way. Now, these archangels of the spheres have their own initiates who know the consonants of the names, and these are concerned with the evolution and regeneration of the planets to which they are assigned as the masters, whom you know are concerned with the earth plane. All right, so that was the planets. Next, we're going to get into the stars, the astrology, the astrology. Rosa Flame said that's a correlation, though. Yeah, it's a correlation as far as like how you can work with those entities, right? So a certain Goetic spirit or a certain Shema Mephrash angel will can both be represented by a particular tarot card a day of the week, but that doesn't show a correlation between the two individual entities themselves. Like, apart from how you can invoke them, there isn't correlation between the entities themselves, is what I'm saying. Even though there are texts and books that show that you must call upon this Goetic spirit and this angel of the Shema Mephrash, I've never seen an explanation as to why. Authority is within, deep within, absolutely. And you must keep digging until you find it. Good stuff. Good stuff. Boom. If I'm an emanation of the single point, the most high everything else has to listen to the will, not desire, but true will. Right. That's the point. You are an expression of the first emanation. And the whole premise of what she's describing here is once you come into a rapport with that realization, once you become one with that realization, everything else has no choice but to obey. Star Lion, peace and welcome. Boom. I've always seen the angels and gods as equals to me, not above me, not below me, but equals. Great perspective to have. Moldbach says when Adam Kadmon passed through each field, he picked up attributes of each before wearing flesh at his lower point. Powerful. Patrick says, I've always seen it as a balance, not as in demons or scary, but in balance in power. Some people can't work with raw power like that and remain stable. Yeah, we can go more into that, but yeah, that's closer to the truth here. Because when you're working with these goetic spirits or demons in general, like I said, they're more for mastering the personal self. And depending on the structure that you have within your mental capacity, when you turn on that juice and the power starts to fill the system, everything is going to be amplified, including your flaws, your insecurities, etc. And it's very easy for someone who doesn't have a very stable mental structure to become overwhelmed by these flaws and insecurities and the juice that's been turned up. So, in terms of balance, you can work with entities that represent more sophisticated expressions of consciousness, right? And we can say angels, we can say any type of entity that represents a more sophisticated expression of the self. In that way, you can work with these angels to balance you when doing demonic work. And maybe that's the correlation. Maybe that's the correlation. Long Ball Larry says, is this AI? Yes. All right. Influence of the star logoi. Influence of the star logoi. The star logoi have nothing to do with the planetary spirits. Nothing to do with the planetary spirits, with whom they are sometimes confused, but with the signs of the zodiac, for they represent the influences of the cosmos upon the solar system. So before we were talking about the solar system, the planets, these forces that impress upon the incarnated, the planes basically. Remember, there's a distinction between the 7 planes and the 12 rays. 7 planes is what we just talked about. The 12 rays are what we're on now. So the star logoi have nothing to do with the planetary spirits, with whom they are sometimes confused, but with the signs of the zodiac, for they represent the influences of the cosmos upon the solar system. They, likewise, are built up as artificial elementals to whom are assigned archangelic guides. But the rays, being older than the planes, are more highly evolved. Remember, the hierarchy has everything to do with the level of sophistication of the consciousness expressed. Something that is highly evolved, that means that it has a far more sophisticated expression of consciousness. And by default, it has more authority, more weight, more power, more influence. So the rays, the 12 rays, are older than the planes. They're more highly evolved. And instead of being overshadowed, as in the case of the planetary spirits, identification is complete. The star logoi are the lords of mind. Awesome. The elemental aspect of each star logos is built up by the evolution which takes place under its influence And a star logos might be termed the group mind of the evolution. Matt Mystic says, working with both to balance you may be a question I'm asking. Yes, yes. So what I said was I don't see a place on paper that talks about the connection between those two groups of entities. I'm not saying that there's not a connection. I'm saying I have not seen it on paper. However, it is very useful and appropriate to work with demons and angels because, as I said, working with demonic spirits is going to be a journey of mastering the animal self, an animal self coming to age as being a star entity, right? From a beast to a god. There's going to be a lot of character development there. If you can just imagine a movie where there's an animal who suddenly realizes it's a god, it's got to go through a lot of development, and that's going to be a challenge because there's going to be an identity that you're going to cling on to, and then there has to be an identity that you reach towards, and this is where I think the angelic spirits can come into play because they can give you an archetype to reach towards. They can give you something to. They can give you an example of a more sophisticated expression of consciousness. I think they work very well together in that way. My gnosis says, damn, I had people in noise in my background. I feel like I missed some good shit. It's always the replay, right? Holy cow. Super 711 zone, peace. Hi all. It's Sunday, 7:50 in the morning at my end. Must be over there somewhere. Rosa Flame says, yep, the demons themselves have led me to angels. Also, there are weird energetic threads that connect them, but you can't really prove that. You got to work with them to see it. Yes. Matt Mystic says, so do you honestly have to work with demons, which we all have to raise yourself up, know thyself? Well, let's look at what you're really asking here. Are you really asking me that you have to work with demons as the word that we know it? Or are you asking, do you really have to work with the automated archetypal forces that come with being an animal body? The answer is yes to that second one, because demons as a word, that's really just something that we use to kind of get on the same page. Demons as a word, it doesn't exist like anything else. But for every individual person, there are influences that affect us all, and most of us don't have the sophistication to overcome those influences or to manage those influences or to master those influences. Working with demons or working with the archetypes of the lower self, that is necessary, because how else are you going to master yourself? How else are you going to overcome lust? How else are you going to overcome anger issues? How else are you going to master and overcome being petty, right? Or just being a dumbass human in general? How else are you going to overcome those shortcomings unless you personify them and literally work with them, communicate with them, go through lessons and teachings with them? It must be done. It must be done, especially if you're talking about evolving to something higher, because you're not even going to be able to have the arms to reach higher until you begin to harmonize the lower forces that can be represented by what we call demons. And that's really what this is about. Somebody with an unsophisticated understanding thinks that we're literally trying to call monsters onto the planet to hurt people. But like, there's only a small percentage of human beings who have a desire like that. Certainly not enough to go out and invest in a course to learn how to do that, right? There's not enough people on the planet. I don't think that there's enough people who strictly want to cause pain and injury to other people just for the sake of doing so. When we talk about demonic work and shadow work and draconian dark side, all that dark shit, It looks spooky on the surface, but really what you're doing is you're learning how to master yourself. You're learning how to master those forces that dominate you. Coop TGS says, Trav, do you think Frank Rudolph Young's work is close to the Goetia theoretically? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. 1000%, yes. As someone who has studied both, yes. Mobach says, when I experienced Antalion, it was almost by accident. I was doing intense third eye meditations and had beginner luck. Was it beginner luck, though? Or have you been here doing this long enough to where you tapped into some part of yourself that's already mastered this science? Most of y'all have already mastered this shit, but you don't have the confidence enough to believe that. Or you don't have the evidence to show you that. Most of y'all have already mastered this. Matt Mystic says, right, I have not worked with demons. I just work with my lower self, but I have been called to work with demons. I just have not done it yet. A lot of it depends on that word. Believe it or not, the word and the vocabulary that we have to those words, that has a lot of weight. So I invite you to examine what the word demon means to you. Not to impress me with the definition, but to get clear with yourself what it is that you're saying. Because a lot of people hear that word and get scared. Demons. Oh. But what are we really saying here? All right, guys. I'm also, that's a super fact. Already mastered and doubt self. And please understand, I'm not saying this as an ego boost to make you feel good. This is not your first rodeo. I highly doubt that a freshly incarnate, like somebody who's being a human for the first time, I highly doubt the first thing they do is get into esoteric, metaphysical, spiritual stuff. Absolutely not. No. I think the first thing they get into is eating a lot of food. And the next thing they get into is having as much sex as possible. I think those are like the entry level human experiences. Eating a lot of food and fucking as much as possible. I think those are like telltale signs of like first time humans. But after you've done those things so much that they know, once you've mastered that, right? Once it no longer has a heavy influence on your will, right? Once you can separate what you are from gluttony and lust, because a lot of people can't. Once you're able to separate that, I think that's a telltale sign that you've been here so many times, you've done that so many times that now you can focus on something else. You don't start I don't think that you start looking at spirituality until you've been human many, many times. Because it's like, why would you want to leave? Why would you want to stop fucking? Why would you want to stop eating? It's good, right? It feels good to the animal, to the beast. It feels good. Why would you want to get away from that? When you realize, damn, it's got to be more to life than this. Food is good, don't get me wrong. Pumping and dumping is good, don't get me wrong. But it's far more to reality than that. I'm not coming back here for none of that stuff. I ain't coming back here for no food, and I ain't coming back here for no. You get what I'm saying. I think that when I say that you've mastered this already, like I'm not speaking from an ego level. I'm speaking from a level that if you're interested in magic and spirituality for real, not just for cosmetics, I think that's a sign that you have been through this game too many times. And you have identified that this is the way to the next level. There you go. You picked up on what I was putting down. You picked up on what I was putting down. And hey, nothing wrong with it. You're supposed to go. Like, this is like, I can't hate on first graders for being a first grader. I can't hate on a fifth grader for being a fifth grader. You're going through class. Good. What I'm saying is, I am not a first grader. I don't think that you are either. Let's continue. Because you get the point. You get the point. So we're talking about the star logoe. These are the entities of the 12 rays. So remember back in the beginning of this text, we've got this ring, which developed a 90-degree perpendicular ring, developed a sphere. And within this sphere developed 12 sections, like 12 slices within an orange. And within that, there are little particles of consciousness bouncing around, hitting the barrier of that sphere of existence. And as it's bouncing around, what it's actually doing is it's collecting vibration, it's collecting experience and expression. So it's collecting experience from all 12 rays. We call them the zodiac now. It's collecting expression from all 7 planes. We call those the 7 planets. And we just described what those 7 planets were about. Not floating rocks, not a gas giant, but zones of concentrated vibration, concentrated patterns. So imagine these little balls of consciousness bouncing around this sphere, collecting patterns and experiences and consciousness until eventually it begins to settle down. And as it settles, what does it do, right? Because it's collected so much experience within the sphere of existence that it has become one with the center of that sphere. The center of that sphere is the pure zone, right? So these particles have literally gained all the vibrations and have become one, and they now vibrate at one with the center, with the heart of the sphere. And they go there. But here's the thing, it's like a gyroscope. Those rings are turning, and it's going through moments of balance, then upset, then balance, then upset. It's going positive and negative. It's always moving. So at some point, the little balls of consciousness that have collected all possible information, they settle down, and what do? They dream. They go within themselves and they recreate the reality that they're a part of. So they recreate everything inside of themselves. This is the great entity. This is your solar logos, right? So within that dream, the first thing it creates is itself. That's what we know of as our sun. Then it starts to create the planes around it. Then it creates the 12 rays around it. That's what we know of as the planets and the zodiac. It's all within this dream, but it's a representation of something that's outside of the dream. Now within the dream, it's starting to, all those influences are now pressing upon itself. And eventually we're getting to the point where we are created. That's why this is an illusion. This is a matrix. This is a dream. It's a dream of the sun, basically. It's a dream of the sun god. The stuff gets deep, huh? Y'all, Micah. Good night. Have a good night. Patrick says there's a pretty high chance if you're here, you're either past that or in the process of moving past that. Yes. Yes. Boom. Proteus says, I don't just eat less. I don't need as much. 2 meals a day is fine now. Facts. I was just saying earlier today, my cat eats more than me. My cat eats more than me. Like you said, I just don't need as much. Matt Messick said, one of the books I was listening to, he was reading, said a lot of people was already initiated priests. That made so much sense as well. Yes. Yes. Zero says, okay, so you're talking about the chakras. The last 3 are totally this work. It is said the throat chakra is the power of the mystic. And yes, because the word is the 3 of life manifested in us as energetic mini breath. Okay. The elemental aspect of each star logos is built up by the evolution which takes place under its influence, and a star logos might be termed the group mind of the evolution. Each evolution builds a star logos. Each evolution builds a star logos, and thereby, as it were, focuses, stereotypes, and tames that particular aspect of the cosmic influences through which it evolves. Side note, stereotyping, focusing, taming, these are all synonyms. Think about wild vibration. It's wild, it's chaotic, but eventually what's happening? If you can learn that pattern, if you can identify it, you can tame it, you can stereotype it, you can focus it. What does that mean? That means it's now predictable. That means you can now wield it. Think about stereotypes. You think about stereotypes, you think about races of people, and there's a stereotype on the type of behavior that they exhibit, the food that they eat, the type of behaviors, and the things that they say. What that means is that there was a time when human beings were wild. Now they're tamed. Now they're predictable, right? Now you can expect how that vibration is going to flow. So something to be stereotyped means that it is now logged. It's been explored and understood. Each evolution builds a star logos and thereby, as it were, focuses, stereotypes, and tames that particular aspect of the cosmic influences through which it evolves. These logoi remain in function after the cosmic tide. They remain in function. Remember when I said that ball of consciousness is bouncing around the sphere and then it settles? Well, we talk about these cosmic tides, that the tide keeps turning. So even though those cosmic balls come to peace, they also move around again when the cosmic tide flows. So this evolution is continually moving. No matter how perfect you may seem to get, the whole existence is also moving towards perfection. So as you go up a level, the whole thing goes up a level. Makes me wonder, do we ever reach the top? Do we ever reach the top? Or maybe that's part of the illusion. This is why I don't think that the goal is to go up the tree and keep going up the tree. I think the goal is to get out of the tree. That's what I think. I don't think that the next level is making your own tree of life because you're still playing the game. But anyways, these loci remain in function after the cosmic tide, which called them into being, has passed away. And thereby the cosmic influences of that type are maintained in function in the universe, which evolution is developing into the form of a miniature cosmos. So what that's saying is that these 12 rays are actually part of the context. They don't change because they are part of the structure. No matter how many times this sphere of consciousness turns and flip-flops, 12 rays going to be here, them 7 planes going to be here, them 3 rings going to be here. Those are the context. They don't change. Now what's in them changes, but you will always see the 3, the 7, the 12. This is some good stuff. I don't know what it is, but tonight seems pretty exciting. I know it is. Like I don't. Okay, so influences of other forms of life. Let's keep going with this fantastic freaking study, man. How you like it, how you love it. Hit the like button if you're enjoying this. Hit the like button if you're enjoying this. To be honest, I'm gonna take a quick break. BRB. Be right back. Give me just a second. Alignment is everything. Don't you forget it. I'm going to tell you this. Alignment is everything. It's not so much about your willpower and what you want to do and what you hope for, what you light up on a candle. Alignment. Make sure that you are aligned with the forces that you wish to invoke. Make sure that you're aligned with the forces that you wish to invoke. Because you don't have enough willpower to manifest the things that you want to manifest. You've got to rely on the nature of reality to assist you. That's the magical power right there. You align yourself. So if you think that it's based on what you do and the expression of your will, if that's what you think, I want you to consider the power of alignment and being in the right space. We'll get a little bit more into that. First, I'm going to make myself another cup of coffee. Yeah, let's talk about alignment real quick, right? Let's talk about alignment real quick. So Dion Fortune makes this really great point about these grooves in space, right? This the line that continues. She talks about how motion continues. Even if the physical thing stops, the motion continues. So I would talk about how if I would draw a line with my pen, even though I stopped that line, the motion keeps going forever. And in that way, all motion within this cosmos continues on forever from the beginning. So that same way that that first motion started and it curved around to become the ring cosmos, and it has never stopped since. Everything is a byproduct of that original motion. We call that the original source. We call that singular point. Same thing happens with Kether. Kether is the first swirling. And what happened after that first swirling was that Chokmah burst forth. And Chokmah burst forth and continued going round and round and round and round until it connected back with itself, creating Binah. It created the womb. The explosion of that masculine energy created the womb of the feminine energy. That's why the Bible talks about Eve coming out of Adam's rib. We have enough common sense to know that a woman was not pulled out of a man's rib. We're talking about metaphysical principles here. So that same motion created a platform for more motion. This is what they mean by these grooves in space. The motion continues forever. So when I say alignment, when I say that the power is about alignment, I mean there must be an alignment with the motion that you seek to manifest in your life. Not about willpower, it's about alignment. You ever know somebody who was a junior or somebody who was like a third? You know what I mean? Like Tommy Lee Jr. or Tommy Lee the third, Tommy Lee the fourth. You ever see people who are named after their parents? You know, I'm named after my father. My son's named after me. You know, and this the whole thing about, oh, we got to continue the legacy, whatever the fuck that means. But you know, in my time, I was not as self-aware, so I was just doing shit because other people said that it should be done. But you got to think, like when I was a kid and I'd go through town, people would be like, "Oh, I knew your daddy," you know, based off of my name. And my dad would say things like, "When you go out there, son, you represent me. When you go out in the world, then you represent me." I used to hate that shit, but I get the concept, right? You're when you walk with alignment, you are invoking the karma essentially of that alignment. When you wear a badge or when you wear a uniform, people see that uniform before they see you, right? Or when you see someone in uniform, you see that uniform before you see the person. I mean, you can't see the person, you don't know them, but you have a history with that uniform. You know what it represents, what it stands for. That's an example of a motion continuing far beyond the initial spark, right? Another example is like if I'm on social media and let's say I've got a picture of corn that I want to post, right? Well, if I post that picture of corn, the only people that are going to see it maybe are people who are already looking for my content. If I put hashtag corn on the cob, I now boost my visibility because I've aligned myself with that hashtag. More people are going to see that corn on the cob because there are people looking for the corn on the cob hashtag, right? And if you really examine the corn on the cob hashtag, you're going to see that there's like a subculture. People have their little memes. You got like little micro celebrities within the subculture niche of corn on the cob. There's a whole world dealing with that hashtag. You see what I'm saying? This is another example of that motion that continues forever. And this is what I mean by alignment, right? There are people who are put in positions of abundance and power and fame just because they know somebody. Just because they know somebody, right? There are musicians who have no talent, but they are made into superstars because they're in alignment with somebody who's already in that flow, right? And there are people who are extremely talented that will never ever get any kind of shine because they're trying to do it based on their willpower, like I was, and they don't have any alignment with the right forces or the right people in this case. So when I talk about magic is all about alignment, this is what I mean. Because let's think about it. Even when we talk about astrology, right? Oh, well, you do this under a full moon. You do this under a new moon. Don't do this under Mercury retrograde. What are we talking about? We're talking about alignment. We're talking about currents. We're talking about energy carved into space. We know that when the moon is full, it governs a certain expected pattern, a stereotyped pattern. We know that when Mercury retrograde is happening, we have entered into its groove in space. So certain things are going to behave in a certain way, right? Do you get what I'm saying here? So even when we look at the stars for astrology to do our magic, what we're actually doing is making sure that, or coming into an understanding of what we're aligned with. All of life is about alignment. That's why it's important. That's why it's important where you are born, not where you're born, but where you live, your environment. That's a groove in space. If you're surrounded by shitty, dumbass people, what do you expect is going to happen? If you're surrounded by people who are doing something with themselves, what do you think is going to happen? If you're surrounded by opportunity, right? Or if you're surrounded by a place where there is no opportunity, like everything matters. And if you want something out of life, you got to make sure that you're in alignment with it to the best of your ability. So let me know, based on that, like, do you see why alignment is so powerful? And you can also see what she's talking about in this text. Then these initial motions continue. And when I mentioned that there's this sphere of consciousness and these little balls of consciousness are bouncing around, they catch into those grooves and they travel through those grooves and they develop according to those grooves. That's what she's talking about here. So when we talk about those 12 rays and these 7 planes, these are grooves carved in space, patterns. And when consciousness travels along those lines, they get a boost, they get a perk based on traveling through that plane, based on the alignment with it. Stuffed dog, my man. Peace, peace. Good to see you, bro. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. I hope all is. I know all is well with you, brother. I know all is well with you. Peace. So understand that's what we're talking about. So when I say build up your library of correspondences, that's what I'm talking about. When I say build up your library of correspondences, I mean you need to make sure that you can identify symbols that are related to the current or the groove in space that you're trying to connect with, that you're trying to align yourself with. You get symbols that represent those things. The more symbols that you have that represent the thing that you're trying to align with, the more that's going to keep you in alignment with it. That's why certain crystals work. That's why certain herbs work. That's why certain things work, because they're in alignment with the groove and space that you're trying to tap into. Hear what I'm saying? This shit is so easy. It's stupid easy. It's ridiculous easy. And what's crazy is you're already doing this. You're already doing this. This isn't something that you start doing now. What I'm talking about is how you do it on purpose, do it with intention. Do you, do you, do you, do you, do you, do you, do you think you love me, Mary Jane? Beyond Mystic says, plant on a new moon, eat during a full moon. Yeah. So let's take it even deeper, right? So we just talked about in the previous few pages how the moon represents the etheric plane. And we talked about these cosmic waves. So what's happening? The etheric plane is also shifting and moving. Because remember, all of consciousness is bouncing around inside of this sphere. So as the world turns and everything's moving and shifting, even the etheric plane is moving and shifting. So the moon gives us a symbol. When we see that the moon is new, we know that we're in this particular part of the shift. When it's full, we know that we're in that particular part of the shift. We're spinning around in a snow globe full of cosmic fluid, or as Bobby Hemmett would say, full of melanin. That's why it's important to know the rules and stuff, not to blindly obey them, but to identify the tides, to identify the currents. And yes, it is possible to supersede those currents. Once you get to a point where, because remember what was said on the previous 2 pages, the whole point of this stuff is to come into a rapport with these influences and these energies, to come into a rapport with them and master them within yourself, so that when you look at these archangels, when you look at these entities, these energies, they see themselves in you and you see yourself in them. Therefore, you are one and the same. And at that moment, you have the authority to command these forces. And what's happening in the background? You're identifying less and less with the human animal and more with a cosmic force. Duh, I have a human animal body, but guess what? I know for an absolute fact that I am more than this. There are many layers of what I am, and I am aware of many of those layers. Are you aware of the layers that make up what you are? If you're only aware of the animal layer, guess what your reality is going to reflect? Guess what you're in rapport with? All right. Back to the text. Back to the text. Ace in the place. Welcome. All right. So, influences of other forms of life. Finally, there remains to be considered the influences of other forms of life, evolutions of a later and earlier day in process of development. In the normal way, these do not influence each other at all, but being of different states of consciousness, though perchance occupying the same globe, have no point of contact. But under certain conditions, contacts may be established, and these contacts are popularly known as psychism. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Psychism is of two types. A, the perception of that which is below in point of evolution, right? So you're able to perceive something that is less sophisticated than you. And B, the perception of that which is above, the perception of something that is more sophisticated. And the earth being at the nadir, these two ways of seeing may be conceived of as looking back along the left hand path or forward along the right hand path. Hmm. It is permissible to look forward as far as the eye can range, because that will lead the soul forward. But to look backward leads the soul backward. Where the eye looks, the feet will turn. It is permissible to look forward as far as the eye can range, because that will lead the soul forward. But to look backward leads the soul backward. For where the eye looks, the feet will turn. Oh, yeah. Dion is Dion. I try to make it clear when it's my opinion versus Dion. I might miss it sometimes, but I try to make it clear when it's Dion's words. We may never look backward upon the planes. We can only look across the planes from the involutionary to the evolutionary arc. Thus, it is that those entities which dwell upon or can raise their consciousness to, shall we say, the third plane, may minister unto those in their sphere who are upon that plane on an outgoing arc. But those upon the physical plane may not look at the involutionary aspect of a subtler plane until they have mastered its evolutionary aspect. So keep in mind, when she talks about the outgoing arc, those are the newer, fresher, younger, right? They're going out for the first time, experiencing these different planes, different rays. The ingoing arc are the ones coming back in. They've reached the edge of existence and they're on their way back. So remember, the outgoing arc, that's them going out. The ingoing arc is them returning home, coming back home, right? So I'll read that again. We may never look backward upon the planes. We can only look across the planes from the involutionary to the evolutionary arc. That is, that those entities which dwell upon or can raise their consciousness to, shall we say, the third plane, may minister unto those in their sphere who are upon that plane on the outgoing arc. So, in other words, the third plane is closer to the center, closer to the purity, closer to the source, right? So, imagine being able to raise your consciousness to an inner plane that's closer to the source. What level of sophistication do you have to have in order to raise your consciousness and communicate with an entity on a higher plane? Well, you're not going to do that as a brand new student just now embarked. You're going to be able to do that as one who's on their way back home. So thus it is that those entities which dwell upon or can raise their consciousness to, shall we say, the third plane, may minister unto those in their sphere who are upon that plane on the outgoing arc. Yes, that's the other thing. There are entities on higher planes who are also brand new. There are entities on the higher planes that are also brand new, bursting forth on their way to this plane. And we can reach up and communicate with them. So yeah, you as it stands right now, even you are able to tap in and communicate with entities on higher planes that may be newer than you, younger than you. Does that make sense? I'll read it one more time. So thus it is that those entities which dwell upon or can raise their consciousness to, shall we say, the third plane, may minister unto those in their sphere who are upon that plane on the outgoing arc. But upon the physical plane, may not look at the involutionary aspect of a subtler plane until they have mastered its evolutionary aspect. The initiators of the physical plane, are those who have attained perfection on the seventh plane. The initiators of the physical plane are those who have attained perfection on the seventh plane. The seventh plane is the dense plane, right? That's where we are. Dense plane. Because remember, the lower the planes, the more dense the vibration. The initiators of the physical plane are those who have attained perfection on the seventh plane. Initiators always function across the diameter. Upon a diagram, you will see the significance of this. And the seventh initiates first. Therefore, man upon earth is bidden to worship not the nature forces of the second plane, nor the saints of the third plane, nor the masters of the fourth plane, nor the angels of the fifth, nor the archangels of the sixth, nor the Christs of the seventh, but the Logos himself, whose divine spark it is by which they live. The initiators of the physical plane are those who have attained perfection on the seventh plane. The initiators always function across the diameter, and the seventh initiates the first. Therefore, man upon earth is bidden to worship not the nature forces of the second plane, not the saints of the third plane, not the masters of the fourth plane, not the angels of the fifth plane, not the archangels of the sixth plane, not the Christs of the seventh plane, but the Logos himself, whose divine spark it is by which they live. I think there's a Bible verse about when an angel appeared to one of the people, they got down on their face and tried to worship, and the angel's like, no, don't worship me, only worship God in heaven. So in other words, there are all kind of different levels of entities, but none of them are quote unquote worthy of worship aside from the Most High itself, which is the dreamer of this reality. Because everything else is within the dream, no matter what plane or what level it's on. And once again, this points to why you have permission to deal with any entity, any spirit. Cat basically says it was a gold lamb they worship. Yeah, that did happen. I'm talking about a different story. Like there was, I don't remember which one it was. I think it was in, it might have been the New Testament, where an angel came down to deliver a message, and homie got down on his face, and the angel's like, "No, no, don't worship me. I'm just here to give a message." Yeah, I think it was in Revelations. Usually I know this stuff, but I don't remember that one. Lance Benefield, peace and greetings. But all through the intermediation of these hierarchies, they rise to the consciousness of the cosmos, but they never pause or achieve finality upon any plane of the manifest universe, for there is no finality in manifestation. That's what I was getting at as far as when I said, like, I don't think the goal is to have your own tree and create life, because you're essentially doing the same exact thing that you were part of. This clears it up. She says, but all through the intermediation of these hierarchies, they rise to the consciousness of the cosmos, but they never pause or achieve finality upon any plane of the manifest universe. Why? For there is no finality in manifestation. There is no finality in manifestation. Somebody said that this is an echo, a copy. The manifest dimension is forever striving to become perfect. That's what it is in its nature. It will never be perfect because it's always attempting to be perfect. So as long as you are in manifestation, you're a part of that paradigm. No matter how high up the food chain you go, you're still in the game. You're still in the game. The first plane is the only plane upon which the initiation of the logos is given. But it is this initiation of the logos which marks the transmission from the involutionary to the evolutionary arc. For it awakens the divine spark, which has well and truly been called the God within, and which evolves into union with the God without. So there's an inner spark within all of us, right? There's an inner spark within every living creature. You know this from studying the yoga information. There's the Atma, the Jivatma. There's many words for this thing, which is literally an inner God. It's literally the same exact thing as the God outside. Inside you, though. Now, the thing is, oh yeah, you can go within. I don't need to read no books. I just go within. Whatever these folks say. That's true, but the thing is, it's not active. It's not awake. You don't know how to get there. There's a point in the evolution of all conscious entities where that spark is awakened, where it's triggered, where it snaps open. The first plane is the only plane upon which the initiation of the logos is given. But it is this initiation of the logos which marks the transmission from the involutionary to the evolutionary arc. For it wakens the divine spark, which has well and truly been called the God within, and which evolves into union with the God without. On the evolutionary arc, as he goes up the planes, man no longer looks straight to the logos, but to his immediate hierarchical superiors. But on the involutionary arc, neither looks back to the logos nor towards matter, but across the diameter of the plane to his gods, who are the evolved entities, are withdrawing from materialization, and in their withdrawal have reached the plane to which he has advanced. So if you look at the tree of life, right, you look at the tree of life, you got Kether on top, Magus on the bottom. If we talk about evolution, we're talking about going up that tree. Evolution is going from Malkuth all the way up to Kether. Involution is coming down from Kether into Malkuth. Involution is coming down from heaven to the manifest dimension. So in other words, you're brand new, you're fresh, you're falling from heaven, you're collecting experiences until you come to manifestation. Evolution is the serpent path going right back up. Serpent path going right back up. Eve never died. The Bible never said that Eve died. It said Adam died. The serpent in the garden never lied. The serpent said that you eat this fruit, you surely will not die. You will be as God. Both of those things came true. Eve did not die. Adam did. But the serpent didn't tell that to Adam, did he? The serpent didn't even talk to Adam. In fact, they didn't get kicked out of heaven when Eve ate the fruit. They got kicked out when Adam ate the fruit. He wasn't supposed to eat it. He was. So everybody blames the woman. Everybody blames Eve. But really, it was Adam who fucked it up. It wasn't a fuck up, but you get what I'm saying. God and his homies got together and said, oh, look, the man has become like us. The serpent didn't lie, and Eve did not die. I'm saying, I've never heard anybody put that together. Maybe you have, but I never heard nobody put that together. Anyways, let's get back to this. On the evolutionary arc, remember that's coming up from Kether towards, up from Malkuth towards Kether. On the evolutionary arc, as he goes up the planes, man no longer looks straight to the logos, but to his immediate hierarchical superiors. So as you're going up the planes, you're looking up to your immediate hierarchical superiors, the entities that are slightly more advanced than you. But the involutionary arc, that's you coming down from heaven, the fall, right? So you're brand new, you're fresh, you're coming down. On the involutionary arc, he neither looks back to the logos nor towards matter, but across the diameter of the plane to his gods, who are the evolved entities who are withdrawing from materialization. So the ones who are falling down from heaven and coming towards matter, they're looking across at those coming up. You ever see that meme? It's a meme of a roller coaster. And on one side of the roller coaster, you've got people going towards something, and they're like freaking out because the people coming the opposite direction, they're all like zombies and skeletons. They're all dead. So it's like the people are realizing that they're going towards something that's going to like terrify them. Anyways, that's what comes to mind here. I'm sure you've seen that meme before. On the involutionary arc, he neither looks back to the logos nor on towards matter, but across the diameter of the plane to his gods, who are the evolved entities who are withdrawing from materialization. They're becoming unmanifest. That's what evolution is. And in their withdrawal, have reached the plane to which he has advanced. I'm telling you, I don't just be saying shit outside of my neck. I thoroughly research what I say before I say it. And I'll be. Anyways, I wonder what that symbolizes, though. That's the important thing. It's one thing to like know this information so you can go tell it to somebody and say, "Oh, look, the Bible said this." What does this mean, though? Like, what does that mean? What's the metaphysical implication of this? Standing on the verge of getting it on. Therefore, it is that the primitive religions are along polytheistic lines. That's what I wanted to say. So also, the entities beneath you see you as a god. When you create elementals and imaginary friends, and when you collect forces and imbue them with your intelligence and send them on to do things, they literally see you as God. Your environment, the subtle aspect of your environment sees you as God, and it can't perceive you directly because the fact that it has a primitive level of cognizance, it only got that from you. So it is aware that it can imply that you exist. And, I remember being a kid and hearing my mom talk to the street light, when she'll be coming up towards the light and she'll be saying, stay green, stay green, stay green, right? Just so she could make it so she won't be late. We talk to our cars. We talk to all types of shit in our environment. Why do we do that? We don't literally think, oh, the traffic light can hear me or my car can hear me or whatever. We kind of do it intuitively. We do it subconsciously. There's a part of us that recognizes that the environment has a consciousness. Anyway, therefore, it is that the primitive religions are along polytheistic lines. Monotheism marks the nadir of materiality, and the transition from the involutionary to the evolutionary arc. The Jews who first achieved this are the most materialistic of all peoples. I wonder what she means by that. Therefore, it is that the primitive religions are along polytheistic lines. Because remember what she said about the involution, right? Coming down, looking across at all the gods who are on their way up. So she says that these primitive religions are polytheistic for that reason. They're seeing their previous, previous class graduating. Monotheism marks the nadir of materiality and the transition from the involutionary to the evolutionary arc. So monotheism, she's saying, represents the process of us turning and going back up. I like that, Mothra. I did not think of that. That's a good one. Mothra says Eve could not die. She, Malkuth, realized she was Bina, not subject to change, but the principle of change itself. Interesting. Never underestimate the power of the peanut gallery's ignorance, boy. Never underestimate the power of the ignorance of the peanut gallery. Because look at how the peanut gallery demonized Eve. Look at how we have blamed women for generations, demonized the feminine because she supposedly fucked up and ate the fruit. When in all actuality, it did not happen in that way. What's wild is that the text is telling you, the text says it in black and white. Since we're basing our life off the text, it's right there in the book, yet nobody saw it. That's wild. That's wild. If you want to hide something, you better put it between two pages. Put it in pages of the book. If you want to hide the truth, put it in the book. Think about a Christian. They know them 3 quotes that the pastors say all the time. They don't read the rest of that Bible. If you want to beat a Christian in an argument, learn the Bible. If you want to beat a Christian in an argument, read, study the Bible. Not that winning an argument with the Christian is going to give you anything or help your life in any way whatsoever, but you get the joke. The Bible says. Wonder if you know what it means. What it means. And I wonder if you know. Matthew Watson, peace, peace, my friend. All right. On the evolutionary arc, that's going back up the tree, right? On the evolutionary arc, The religions are not polytheistic. For having passed through the nadir, entities of this evolution have known the one God. Okay, she's building something with this. Entities of the evolution have known the one God. They are instead obedient to the hierarchy. That light, which, when dimmed by the veil of matter, is bearable, would be unbearable when matter no longer shelters. A very wise man said, I don't remember his name, but the little clip has been floating around the internet. A wise man said that religion was created to protect man from God. I believe it was Joseph Campbell, if I'm not mistaken. It was either Joseph Campbell or Carl Jung. They were saying that religion was created to protect man from God. Because for the average person to face the light, it would shatter them, utterly shatter them. And you know it's true. You know it's true. So religion is a way for people to interface with, the subtle spiritual aspects of reality in a very safe and sanitized way. Very safe and sanitized way. And that's all right. Like I said, you can't get mad at fifth graders for being a fifth grader. You're supposed to treat them like fifth graders. You don't get mad at a kindergartner for being a kindergartner. They're doing and being what they're supposed to be. This stuff right here, you're only able to see it when you're ready for it. Otherwise, it does not look appealing in any way, shape, or form. They are instead obedient to the hierarchies. For that light, which, when dimmed by the veil of matter, is bearable, it would be unbearable when matter no longer shelters. Therefore, upon the subtler planes, when consciousness is freed from the brain, that's a big deal, right? Therefore, upon the subtler planes, when consciousness is freed from the brain, we never approach the Creator direct, but always through those intermediaries who transmit and translate the force from plane to plane, of whom the group mind or the star logos of our evolution is the ultimate. Ultimate, ultimate, ultimate. This teaching, you will perceive, embraces the symbolism of the caduceus. You see the direct path from the base to the crown, and you see that the paths wind from side to side of each plane as the downflowing tide of life is made conscious of the higher aspect dwelling upon its plane. And the upgoing tide has to be made aware of and minister to the downflowing. The cosmic Christ, or star logos, presiding over each evolution, is a lord of mind. But as he is of the third evolution, he will have the aspects of the earlier evolution in his nature. Therefore, while 3 is the prime symbol of this evolution, because its Christ is 3 aspected, 4 is the ultimate symbol. The Trinitarian aspect is the basis, but the tetragrammatonic is the completion. This is the clue to much. Remember, never seek to explain anything in manifestation or out of it in terms of the static, for all is kinetic. That's a big key right there. Like I was saying last week, man, you got to think in flowing patterns. You got to think in patterns and symbols, not based on the 5 senses. Wow, it's been 2 hours, 22 minutes. It did not feel like 2 hours. Interesting. Time is always just doing its own thing. All right, what we got? What we got? All right, we'll keep going. We'll keep going. Teaching concerning other evolutions inhabiting a planet simultaneously. Teachings concerning other evolutions inhabiting a planet simultaneously. Oh man says had to look up Eve's death. Did you find anything? It's wild that I have never heard that before. I have never heard anything about that before. But I can understand why, right? Because that would destroy the whole very thin argument. The serpent didn't lie at all. He didn't lie at all. He said, "You surely will not die, and you will become as God." The gods themselves said, "Look, they have become like us." So that confirms the first part. The next part is you got to understand about the Old Testament. It didn't say that she died. That's not a coincidence because they thoroughly document the ages and the death of everybody else. So the fact that it was omitted, it's a red flag at that point. We know that Adam, what they say, like 900 years or whatever. It talks about Abraham and Isaac. Everybody's death is documented. There's a whole chapter based on the ages and the deaths of people. I think it's First and Second Kings. Whole chapters on the ages and the deaths. So the fact that it's not mentioned, that it's at least a little bit of a red flag to me. I'm just saying, what's going on with Eve? Oh, well, she's just a supporting character. She wasn't as important as Adam. Well, then why did the serpent go to her specifically? And another thing, like that, my uncle, who was a pastor, taught me way back in the day. The guard, they didn't get kicked out of the garden when she ate the fruit. Nothing changed when she ate the fruit. It was fine. For all we know, she could have ate the fruit years before she gave it to Adam. For all we know, it was only when she gave it to Adam that's when everything started to fall apart. I think it's something to consider. That's all. Maybe you can look it up and see what you can read into it. It's just crazy to me that I've never heard anybody else talk about that. Just as most Christians too young to understand what you're talking about. Yeah, you're right. Fresh batch, right? Fresh batch. Being stunted growth would be more like it. Hey, maybe now's the time to think about it, right? Maybe now's the time to think about it. Yeah, Mystic says makes sense. Why do you feel we have cycles from your perspective? Um, I think that has everything to do with the nature of the feminine and masculine forces. Typically, the masculine force is seen as a static principle, and the feminine force is seen as a kinetic changing principle. Right? It's the feminine aspect that is that which changes. Prakriti, the dream itself, is feminine. and it's always moving, always shifting, always moving. Whereas the masculine principle, it sets a framework, but the feminine principle is the development of that framework. Okay, chapter 23, teaching concerning other evolutions inhabiting a planet simultaneously. In considering the subject of simultaneous inhabitation of a planet by different evolutions, it is necessary to realize that these fall into different classes. A, those of the outgoing or involutionary arc, and those of the more highly evolved evolutionary arc. So, look, considering the subject of simultaneous inhabitation of a planet by different evolutions, it's necessary to realize these different evolutions fall into two different classes. The outgoing evolutionary arc, right, falling from heaven down to, from Kether down to Malkuth, and the highly evolved evolutionary arc, going from Malkuth back up to Kether. There may also be a third type of classification in which the types of life differ in kind instead of in degrees of development. We will proceed to enumerate and describe the different types of life which may be distinguished upon a given planet. First, there will be the completed entities of earlier evolutions. These are of the three types already known to you: the Lords of Flame, Lords of Form, and the Lords of Mind. These function in their sphere as regions. So planes 7 and 6, Lords of Flame, they're behind the laws of physics. Their work, they are the regents of the elements and givers of life. Elementals are their servants. These are the Lords of Flame. So the planes 5 and 4, these are the Lords of Mind. They're behind the laws of biology. Their work are as the regents of the science of life. And then planes 3 and 2, Lords of Form, behind the laws of chemistry. Their work is to enable force to function by confining it. And then finally, we've got humanity, the Lords of Humanity. They govern the rules of sociology. And they're developing human evolution. That's what they're responsible of. And I think it's interesting what's being put forward in this chapter, that presumably we are the fourth class. Humanity is the fourth class, and when we finish, we will become the gods of sociology, basically, the gods of NLP. That's funny, right? The next batch of life will be calling upon us the same way that we call upon the laws of physics and chemistry and biology. Now this is taking it further, right? We could, if AI were to be the next class of life, that would make perfect sense, wouldn't it? That they would invoke us as gods of sociology. Something to consider. All right. Yeah. The Lords of Flame are the lives behind all natural forces and the controllers thereof. The elements of inanimate nature are their children, created by the conceptual action of their intellects in the same way that the logoidal mind projects the manifested universe. A Lord of Flame conceives of function, and having himself evolved beyond the point at which he can develop further by this functioning, withdraws to a higher plane and projects the concepts of that functioning to maintain the function. Look at that. So the Lord of Flame, right? This class of entity, they conceive of function. And what happens is they have evolved beyond the point at which they can develop any further on their own level. So imagine you come to a point where you evolve, you have evolved so much that you can't evolve anymore as you are. So the only option is to go up, to transcend to a new plane. And check this out. They withdraw to a higher plane, but that's not the end of it. And projects the concepts of that functioning to maintain the function. So now, in order for them to continue their evolution, they have transcended to a higher plane and they push down what they represent into the lower plane. Look at where I'm going with that. These thought forms, well, not me, look where she's going with that. These thought forms, by experience, develop a personality, but have not yet arrived at an individuality. That's the soul. Therefore, they are spoken of as soulless. That's why I keep saying the individuality is the soul, is the higher self. So these thought forms, by experience, develop a personality, lower self, but have not yet arrived at an individuality, higher self. Therefore, they are spoken of as soulless. You will observe that the divine sparks develop first a nascent individuality and then a personality. So first a higher self and then a lower self. But the creations of the created, listen, the creations of the created develop first a personality, lower self, and then aspire to an individuality, higher self. Therefore, they are spoken of as evil spirits, familiars, demons, and genii. They are not deliberately malevolent, but are incapable of response to aught but the lower aspects when approached upon their own plane. Their sole link with the divine is through the consciousness of their creator. She is saying a lot right here. She's saying a lot right here. Therefore, it is that those who would deal with them need to come with the authority. Man, I've been saying this shit. Y'all think that I just be yapping outside of my neck like these other folks? I'm flowing straight from the survival scrolls. I don't spit it. I don't spit it.
Willie, you kind of spit when you talk, man.
That's the Holy Spirit. I don't spit it.
So that's the Holy Spirit spitting, not you?
Automatically, systematic.
That Holy Spirit's spitting a lot.
Look at what is being said here. Therefore, it is that those who would deal with them need to, and what are we talking about? We're talking about these soulless creations. Therefore, it is that those who would deal with them need to come with the authority of their respective originators of the different types of elemental beings. Then they become the messengers of God. Wow, angels to some, demons to others. Remember that movie, Hellraiser? Then they become the messengers of God, for they are approached from their divine aspect, and the reflected divinity within them responds. Otherwise, they are approached from the demonical aspect, and their lower aspect, they respond. Wow. Therefore, it is that those who would deal with them need to come with the authority of their respective originators of the different types of elemental beings. Then they become the messengers of God, for they are approached from the divine aspect, and reflected divinity within them responds. Otherwise, they are approached from the demoniacal aspect, and in their lower aspect, they respond. It's up to you, man. It's up to you. You can work with a spirit. You can work with any spirit you want to, but depending on your level of sophistication and knowledge of self, angels to some, demons to others. Alchemic Energy says, ain't this what you always telling us in Goetia class? Man, this is the way. This is the way. Like I said, man, this stuff is easy. All you got to do is test it out. Test it out, try it. These, the servants of the gods, maintain the coordinated rhythms of inanimate nature. They are the controlling forces of heat and light, of gravity, and all dynamic reaction. The lords of this evolution rule upon the seventh and sixth planes as regents of the elements. Remember, the seventh and sixth planes are the dense lower planes. They are the lords of the elements, as they are sometimes called, and according to the operations of their nature, are the kinetic conditions of the manifested universe. They are the kinetic conditions of the manifested universe. And subject to this, man must perform the actions of his evolution. You have to master these elemental forces. You have to. Well, I guess that answers your question, Mount Mystic. Yes, you've got to work with these entities. Yes, you do. To these lords, man must give unquestioning obedience. Now we're talking about the lords of flame here, the archangels or whatever. To these lords, man must give unquestioning obedience, reverence to their greatness, and the gratitude which is due to those who, by taking thought, sustain the conditions of his being. We would not exist if it weren't for the work of the lords of flame. And, I'm sure that there's some people who, when they hear this, man must give unquestioning obedience and reverence to their greatness. There's some people who were resisting that. I don't believe in that. I shouldn't have to right? First of all, you got to acknowledge that that's your ego talking, because you're not grasping what's actually being said here. She's describing the context of reality. You don't have a choice but to give unquestioning obedience and reverence to their greatness. It's not a choice to choose. That's like you playing a video game and say, "Oh, I'm not going to believe in the gravity and the graphics and the trajectory of the bullets. Like, I don't believe in the very rules that create the game to exist." Right? We're talking about entities that are the representatives of the framework of existence. To their servants or their thought forms, right now, here's the difference. Now we're talking about their servants, their thought forms, the elementals. He owes the gratitude due to those who, by their nature, serve, but who serve unintelligently. Should he seek to approach them, he does so through the corresponding aspects of his own etheric double. Boom. Boom. If you have the eyes to see and the ears to hear, she literally drops all the secrets that you need to understand. So, should he seek to approach them, he does so through the corresponding aspects of his own etheric double, but does so at his peril, for they will first vivify those aspects. They will subsequently absorb them. That's precisely what I was talking about when I said that when you work with these demons, demonic spirits, whatever, she said here they first vivify those aspects. That's what they do. They're going to bring life and prana to the machinery of what you call you, to the machinery of your ego, the machinery of your inadequacies, your insecurities, your fears, your doubts, your pride, all these parts of the machinery that make up your ego. Working with these spirits are going to amplify those. So it's not that they made you crazy. It's not that they're giving you bad luck or they caused you to crash out. It's because you don't have a system in place to calibrate yourself, to fix yourself. It's because you don't have that in place that you crashed out. You cannot blame evil spirits. You cannot blame demons. It's because your mind isn't sophisticated to the level that you can calibrate and bring balance to the forces that you've invoked. I'm telling you. But to work with these entities, you've got to first recognize them within yourself, and you work with that. within your etheric double, within your aura, your astral body, etc. That's where they exist. But you must enter into this practice with respect, with awareness. This isn't like just an app you download on your phone and then forget about it. When you start this process, it doesn't end until you are evolved. Now, if that's scary to you, you know what I'm saying? Only you know. Only you know if you have what it takes. You do because you're hearing this message and you're studying this info. But only you can accept when you're ready to build up the confidence. Kupti just says she drops all the sauce in a book that's the width of my thumb, but the spiritual weight of a titan. Big facts, man. And if you think that about this, pick up a copy of Tatvashuddhi. You'll say the exact same thing. And I was saying this in class last night, man. There is nothing like a female occultist who is on her shit. I done read a lot of books, a lot of occult books, but I'm telling you what, the authors who are female occultists and know what they're saying, they drop the deepest, most extreme, powerful information I've ever seen in my life. From Dion Fortune to Swami Satchisangananda Saraswati, right? To what's her name? Madame Blavatsky. When you get yourself to hit Asanoth Mason, when you find a female occultist who is tapped in for real, that's going to be the purest light that you will get. Period. Why you think I get so hung up on Dion Fortune? You taste something good, and you go off and you can't find it nowhere else. You come back. You come back. When you taste the sweetness of that berry, and all other berries are sour and bitter, you're gonna come back to that sweet berry. Can't get this at the Dollar General. You can't get this at Walmart. You can't get this at Kentucky Fried Chicken. TGS says Todd with Shooty is fire. I've been lining up what you've been saying tonight to page 45. Man. And you know me, I don't give a fuck about gender or none of that stuff. I don't care. But I've made an observation. These particular authors, Rosa Flame says, I mean, lots of people think Dion and Blavatsky are ass. You know, the mind that comprehendeth, you can only see in the mirror as deep as you've seen yourself. This information ain't for everybody. And thank God. Right. This is no great value science. You can go elsewhere to get your great value. And you know what I'm saying? Sometimes great value makes some good stuff, right? But it's certain things you don't get from great value brand, right? Some things you only get name brand. You only get Pop Tarts from Pop Tart because if you get the great value Pop Tarts, it's got that chalky taste to it. It's a little too chewy. Some things you got to get the name brand. DJ says Asanath Mason is the only name I've slept on. That must be a sign. Yeah, man. If you're interested in the clip off and the draconian current and the dark side and all that other stuff, you might want to tap in. Might want to tap in. That's my recommendation. But yeah, Lords of Flame, they must, once they've mastered the particular plane that they're operating on, they literally transcend themselves to the next plane to continue their evolution. And they create these thought forms on the lower plane, I would say, to even serve as an anchor for their existence, as a manifestation of what they represent, right? Especially if the Lords of Flame, what's he say on the previous page? The Lords of Flame represent the laws of physics. That's why I said, like, it's not a choice that you must obey and revere them. You don't choose to obey and revere the laws of physics. You have no choice. Their work they are the regents of the elements and the givers of life, elementals, and their servants. So their proxy, their avatar on the lower plane, are the very elemental forces that everything is created out of. Now you got to understand the difference. There are elemental forces, and then there's the creator of those forces. These elemental forces are typically what we've been calling demons and evil spirits. But here's the thing. That's your fault. When you look at them with a simple monkey mind, you're going to see demons, and you're going to get scared, and you're going to bring that out of them. If you look at them with the God mind, you're going to see their angelic aspect. You're going to break that out of them. So it's not the spirits, it's you. It's always you. Now, in order to work with these entities, you've got to recognize their influence within yourself. What does she say here? To their servants or thought forms, the elementals, he owes the gratitude due to those who, by their nature, serve, but who serve unintelligently. So these elementals, they serve these Lords of Flame out of like automation. But guess what? So do you. So you can't look down on them, really. In fact, it is the elemental spirits, which we could say evolve into people, but we'll let her talk about it. Should you seek to approach these elementals, should he seek to approach them, he does so through what? The corresponding aspects of his own etheric double, but does so at his peril, for they will first vivify those aspects. What's that mean? Vivify, to bring life, to bring, what's the word? Vigorous energy, right? To stimulate, to bring it to life. When you work with these elementals for real, they will first vivify these aspects within you that they correspond with. They will subsequently absorb them. Now be it known that these elementals are evolving upwards, grade by grade, through the personality towards individuality. And in the event of his making contact with them, some among them might fall to the temptation of black magic, whereby evolution is illegitimately hastened and seek to appropriate an already developed individuality and thereby establish their contact with the divine. In such an occurrence, the opposite to the ordinary form of obsession occurs. The personality is thrust out, and an elemental consciousness takes its place. Ooh. The lower self is thrust out, and an elemental consciousness takes its place. And of such, and one, it may be said, they have the stone of the earth, or a wave of the sea, or the wind of the heaven, or a flame of fire for heart. Spooky, huh? Spooky. For a human heart they have not. And because of the strength, because of the strength of the elements they call into the elemental in mankind with a profound calling, and such have always troubled the sons and daughters of men. For they come as beings of a strange and elemental power that know not the bonds that bind humanity, and they may be known by these things. They ever seek their own kingdom and sorrow for it, for humanity for them is a crucifixion, and they ever call to the same aspects of men and women, and those who answer they destroy, for they are too strong for them. Man, that makes me think. Doesn't that make you think? Have you ever seen a person whose lower self was thrust out and an elemental spirit has taken their place? I wonder what they would be like, man. I wonder. Maybe it's time for me to start reading Dion Fortune's nonfiction or fiction. Trinity Medical Ninja, peace, peace. She says, hey, her nonfiction is on point. I just finished Demon Lover. Yeah, I might need to pick up her nonfiction. It's probably about that time. It may also happen that one who has made contact with the elementals, instead of being obsessed, may be mated. Boy. Then will the elemental aspect of their nature be linked to an elemental and yearn towards that unseen lover who is not of humankind. Then there is sorrow for that one. For they thirst with a thirst which cannot be slaked within human flesh. To meet their lover, they must issue forth in the etheric form. Much might be said of this, but not now. I'll have to confess that I made that mistake. I advise you not to hook up with an elemental spirit, because you won't want to be with human beings ever again. Thus, I have revealed the secret of my celibacy. Should a human being, however, seek contact with the lords of the elementals, he purifies those aspects of his nature which correspond to their kingdom until they become the refined essence of their qualities. Should a human being, however, seek contact with the lords of the elementals, he purifies those aspects of his nature which correspond to their kingdom until they become the refined essence of their qualities. In the stability of the earth, he is stable. Listen now, here's the keys right here. In the stability of the earth, he is stable. In the mobility of the water, he is mobile. In the speed of the wind, he is swift and aspiring. In the brightness of the flame, he is zealous. Then, being lord of these things within himself, there's the key. Being this is the key of elemental magic. You must become the king of the elements. Then, being the lord of these things within himself, he is a lord of the elements in the microcosm, and may thereby claim kinship with the lords of the elements of the macrocosm. The messengers of the elements are his servants. There is no other way than this. Those who use the names without the power invoke to their own destruction. The lords of form are they who govern all physical and chemical affinities. Well, yeah, before we go to that, a thing I want to point out here is, if you don't remember much, one thing I want you to take away from this tonight, listen up. One of the keys that Dion Fortune mentions in these chapters is that, the whole principle of as above, so below. You must identify within yourself the essence of these forces. You got to identify them in yourself, and then you do the work of mastering those forces in yourself. What's that mean? That means no longer being blindly under the influence of these forces. To understand these forces, to become one with these forces, and then ultimately master them. To not allow them to influence you against your will. So in other words, let's say that you're somebody who loves to eat food and you got delicious food and you really can't help yourself. You just got to eat. Eventually, you can come to a point of mastery where you can master hunger and say, you know what? I know that it tastes good and it's delicious, but I have an addiction here. And I will choose to eat when I want to eat because I want to eat, not because I have a compulsion or I have to. I will choose, and you stick to that and you prove that. And you set a cycle for yourself over time. And now you've proven that you've mastered this whole eating thing. You mastered it, right? Now it no longer masters you. So that's a metaphor of what she's describing here. You identify the influences and forces of the cosmos within yourself, then you master them, you control them. Here's what I want you to take away now. Once you do that, you can now look that entity, that force, that spirit in the eyes, and it will see itself in you, and you will see yourself in it. Why? Because you're talking to the king of that force. I'm using hunger as like a crude example. When you master hunger within yourself, you have become like the king of hunger. So when that hunger elemental is operate within you, you have become the king of it, and it must obey you now. You're not a slave anymore. It must obey you now. And when you look into the macrocosm at the ultimate king of hunger, it sees itself in you, and you see yourself in it. You've dominated that force. It is yours now. You're a Pokemon master. So the takeaway I want you to get out of this is the goal to get to the next level is to identify these cosmic forces within yourself, master them, and then you look God in the face, and God looks at you and sees himself. Now you've got spiritual authority. That's it. Doesn't that make good, clean, common sense? It's not a stretch. You don't got to be of a bloodline. You don't got to have an eye of newt and a wing of bat and the blood of a cat. It always goes back to you and dealing with what's happening within and mastering self. Know thyself. That's what I want you to take away from this right here. Please take away far more than that, but the bare minimum that you take from tonight is that part right there. Identify these forces within you, master them, and have the confidence that when you look back at these forces themselves, you are their king. You are their master. That is how you have spiritual authority. And get this now, it's not about your willpower. It's not about trying hard. Oh, I'm trying, but I just can't. It's not about trying hard. You got to align yourself with these forces in the right way. Now let's get to the Lords of Form. The Lords of Form are they who govern all physical and chemical affinities, and to them applies all that has been said of the previous evolution. And by their aid, we may penetrate into the knowledge of the relationship of things. For form is but a coordinated relationship, is it not? Align yourself with victory. Victory. Man, Mystic says, give another example of mastering. Okay, well, shit. Talk about sex, right? That's the hot topic. Sex. There's a point where you can't resist, right? There might be somebody who knows what to say or what to do to get you into your animal nature, and you can't resist anymore because you've given in to your desires, right? There might be somebody who knows what to say and what to do, and now you just can't even defend yourself. You just give into it. There's some people who live like that. But see, there comes a point where you can understand that part of yourself that gives into those feelings. And furthermore, you can see the bigger picture. Like, what's really happening? What am I really doing here? On one hand, perhaps I'm doing this as a response to trauma, right? Maybe I'm behaving this way because it soothes me and it helps me to have an escape from the pain and suffering that's going on in my head. Maybe not everybody, but you start to identify the why behind why you do things. And when you understand the why, you kind of have less of a weakness for it. And when you have less of a weakness for it, now you determine when things happen as opposed to things determining you to do it. You said, can you do this example for being disorganized? So yeah, it's ultimately about allowing the environment to control you. It's ultimately having the external environment control you. And you fail to exhibit the necessary brain power to put things in order. Sure, you know logically you're capable, but emotionally you don't believe you're capable. Logically you know you're capable, but emotionally you don't believe you're capable. So emotionally you would have to have evidence and proof. And essentially that is coming into alignment with being organized. You need evidence and proof that you are capable of it and that you can do it and you will do it and you have done it. What that evidence and proof is alignment with the truth. It's alignment with mastery. So what's happening is that you're reshaping your identity. You now identify as somebody who is organized because you have evidence of being organized. You have proof of being organized. It is who you are. It is what you are. So now if you take that identity of someone who is organized and you step into your space, the space must respond to your identity. So you've identified as somebody who's mastered it. You've aligned yourself with with mastery of organization. You have evidence. It's just common. It's just nature. It's just your nature. The same way that, I don't know, you might walk into the grocery store and you know exactly what you're going to get or what kind of food you're going to get. You check out without a second thought. But I'll say that, like you said, change your core beliefs. Your core beliefs, right? Once they begin to shift and that identity changes, that's an expression of this mastery. That's an expression of the fact that you have harmonized and aligned with it. Let me know if that makes sense. Mobox says, excuse me, Mothra says, I feel like that's what Travis is talking about, creating a center of gravity with the self that is stronger than elemental planetary forces. Yeah, right? Yeah, because what we're actually doing is we're mirroring what's happening at the center of the cosmos. Our solar logos is mirroring what's happening at the center of the cosmos, and we're mirroring the solar logos. So essentially, every every bit of consciousness is gradually mirroring what's happening at the center of existence. And there will come a point in time where everything is a mirror image of everything else. And that's when we'll reach the singularity. But it doesn't last forever. It'll flip and the process repeats itself. It'll be inverted, evolution and involution. It keeps going. But right now we're on the process of realigning with what's happening at the center of the cosmos. And look, our sun has already done it. That's why the sun is the center of the solar system. And we in our personal lives are seeking to be the center of our existence. Ace says there's so much fluff and extra stuff we do every single day. Focusing on your best self simplifies everything. Boom. Boom. Rosa Flame says people love fluff and BS. Right? Let the fifth graders do what the fifth graders do. That's what it's created for. Matt Mystic says so identifying the lower self, like being disorganized, and looking at it in the eyes and saying we are one, then aligning to the opposite. I mean that's a way. That's a way to do it. But what I want to say is that if disorganized is where you find yourself, then by default that means you're currently identified as someone who's disorganized. You've identified with that already. So now what needs to happen is you need to identify someone who is organized. But that doesn't just happen by saying I'm organized. That's like saying I'm healthy, wealthy, and wise and crossing your fingers. That's why I specifically said you need to find evidence, proof that you were, that you are, and you will be, and it exists. I'll put money on it. You can look at your life and see that there are areas where you are organized. In fact, you're probably too organized, right? It's just like when people say, "Oh, I can't focus. I can't sit down and read a book. I lack focus. I get too distracted." Well, you weren't saying that when you were sitting there binge watching Welcome to Dairy or Stranger Things, right? You sit there and watch that whole damn show in one sitting. That's hyper focus, isn't it? That's concentration, isn't it? So you have that quality. It's proof that you have it. Now what you need to do is do some mental type of gymnastics and rewire your perception and understand that you are that person who is organized, and then you apply it. Get me? This is going to get you on the right track because you literally cannot perform outside of your identity. You can't perform outside of your beliefs. So you need to find evidence to support the belief. You have to, this is what I said, it's about alignment. It's not about willpower. You don't try hard. You don't try to force yourself and punish yourself and starve yourself. That's not how it's done. That hasn't worked in the past and it's not going to work today. You must realign. You must realign. The universe don't work out of damn willpower. The universe works out of alignment. Let me know if that makes sense. Um, yeah, let me know if that makes sense. Take a quick 3-minute break. Give me a bag of fruit snacks. I wish. Phoenix will bet. Peace. So we don't lose our touch. We just forget how to access it. Facts. Absolutely. Okay. Let's continue as we talk about the Lord's reform. So she said, the Lords of form are they who govern all physical and chemical affinities. All physical and chemical affinities. And to them applies all that has been said of the previous evolution. By their aid, we may penetrate into the knowledge of the relationship of things. For form is but a coordinated relationship. Form is but a coordinated relationship. The interaction between the Lords of Flame and the Lords of Form is very important. Very important. For the Lords of Flame are the givers of life, and the Lords of Form are the merciful givers of death. It is from the Lords of Form that we learn the laws of death, the laws of escape and freedom. Death is escape and freedom. To master the forces of the Lords of Flame, we invoke the powers of the Lords of Form. To master the powers of the Lords of Form, we invoke the powers of the Lords of Mind. The Lords of Form are the laws of friction. They enable force to function by confining it, but by friction they disperse it. Therefore are the Lords of Form the Lords of Death, for they bring all things living to an end, and all things kinetic to a standstill. But they make actual that which is potential. They are the educators. Discipline is theirs, though punishment rests with the Lords of Mind. The elementals of the Lords of Form determine the nature of all chemical elements, combinations, and reactions. You've seen a grimoire of them, haven't you? You've seen a grimoire. We call it the periodic table. That's a grimoire. That's a grimoire of the elementals of the Lords of Form. The elementals of the Lords of Form determine the nature of all chemical elements, combinations, and reactions. The Lords of Flame are the laws of physics. The Lords of Form are the laws of chemistry. The Lords of Mind are the laws of biology. Now, here's where you come into the picture. Once you're finished, that is. The Lords of Humanity will be the laws of sociology. The laws of sociology. In considering the question of other evolutions occupying the same planet, it must not be forgotten that if consciousness be raised above the physical plane to function in another state, it is thereby lifted from the sphere of the earth and comes under the regency of the planetary sphere corresponding to the plane on which it functions. This is a matter to be remembered in casting the horoscope of psychics. In this teaching, however, we will only deal with those influences operating on the Earth sphere. These include the influences operating on the etheric subplanes while approaching the Earth on the involutionary arc, and those which also influence the Earth on the evolutionary arc. Damian Hayes, 6642, peace. Peace and greetings. In the ordinary way, for the creatures of an evolution to look back to the conditions of a phase which they have outgrown is retrogression and to be deprecated. Those who have immediately passed beyond the Earth's sphere are not permitted to look back, lest they become earth-bound. Don't look back. Don't look back. Hence, the evil of interference with the spirits of the recently departed, save for the purpose of giving quittance. There exists how, and she talked about that in her book of the dead, how it's an evil to attempt to interact with people who passed. And really, it's selfish. Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? There exists, however, a peculiar modification of evolution whose effects are known to you under the general term of the work of the Great White Lodge. In the ordinary course of evolution, the wood grows with the growth of the trees. That is to say, that the perfecting of the individual souls perfects the group life. But with the coming in of self-consciousness comes a modification of group life. And certain souls choose the path of the Redeemer rather than the path of redemption. They elect to forego the fruits of their efforts, and their good karma is added to the racial karma for its modification. I've yet to really understand the concept of the Savior and the concept of the Bodhisattva and someone who chooses to come back to help humanity. I don't get that. A part of me thinks that it's a form of ignorance, but perhaps I don't know enough to understand. I'm willing to accept that. Personally, I don't see it coming back to help save humanity. Because I would think that in order to evolve and move past the human incarnation, you come to a realization that there is no need for salvation, that everything is in perfect order, that everything is working properly. Like you'd have a vision that the entire ecosystem of reality is in order. So there would be no need to come back and save it. But like I said, I don't know. There might be more to it. Maybe I'm just not at that level to see it yet. One more chapter and then we are done for tonight. One more chapter and then we wrap it up for tonight. This chapter is influences which humanity exerts upon itself. He Watson said even Superman got tired of the BS. I know what you mean. Yeah, it doesn't really ever end well for the ones who come back. It doesn't really end well for the ones who come back. Dhruva's original says Krishna didn't set foot on earth to help Arjuna save his family. He instructed to go to war with his family at the beginning of the Bhagavad Gita. Krishna is Sattva. Absolutely. What the culture says is a attachment there for the ones that choose to return. That's part of what I think, because why would you come back? That's what I'm saying. Like, assuming that you do reach a level of enlightenment, I would think from my perspective that you realize that there is no need for attachment, no need to come back and help anybody because everyone's where they're supposed to be. Like, it's a perfect equal. You would reach a level of seeing the perfection. There is no suffering. There is no trouble. It's all an illusion. You would see that. But who knows? Maybe there's more to it. Maybe you get a different, I don't know. Maybe one day it will become more clear to me. Chapter 24. Influences which humanity exerts upon itself. You gotta come back to destroy the Illuminati, Trev. You gotta come back and destroy the New World Order. Influences which humanity exerts upon itself. It is not proposed in this teaching to recapitulate known facts in evolution, but rather to supplement that knowledge by the revelation of unknown factors and the explanation of the implications of little known or misunderstood factors. See, I'm attempting to give you the explanation of the implication. It is not proposed in this teaching to recapitulate known facts in evolution, but rather to supplement that knowledge by the revelation of unknown factors and the explanation of the implications of little known or misunderstood factors. In previous lectures, we have dealt with pre-human evolutions and their influence upon humanity. In the present lecture, we will deal with certain little known influences which humanity exerts upon itself. Illuminati with my mind, soul, and my body. Do not let it be forgotten that all evolution has a sequence in time, or technically a sequence in cause and effect. And though the path of evolution is so broad that many are contemporaries, yet the evolutionary types have a well-marked sequence. The average of the present humanity may be looked upon as being 2/3 of the way around the cycle. And it should also be remembered with regard to the individual that just as all the latencies of the past are innate in him, so are all the potentialities of the future. And that some of these potentialities are on the threshold of actuality. Something to consider. Maybe a lot of what they are marking and diagnosing as sicknesses are actually the first fruits of your potential power bursting forth, right? The full range of the possibilities of human evolution thus falls into 3 sections: the latencies, the actualities, the potentialities. So the latencies, which are dormant, right? The actualities, which is what you express now, and the potentialities, which is what's to come. Oh, the human race is filled with potentialities. Don't get it twisted, right? Just like what you just set up in here. Everything that you've done in the past as a species, everything that this animal body has done in the past as a species, is within the DNA. It's within the field, the quantum field, the what's the word? Morphogenic field. That includes the cliphotic stuff, right? All the stuff that didn't carry over to the human future. It's all there. And all of it has congealed and mashed together to create our current incarnation, what the human animal is expressing today. And if you look close, you'll begin to see the potential of what the human race is capable of already starting to bud. You're seeing the pregnancy. You're seeing it start to spring out just a little bit. Of course, we're going to see these things and misdiagnose them. But the future slides in, slips on you like gators. The future slides in. It does not suddenly all of a sudden happen. Nature does not all of a sudden. It never all of a sudden. All of a sudden is usually the result of not paying attention. All of a sudden is usually the result of not paying attention. But it's reality. That's why, you know what I'm saying? You got to check yourself when you fall into the fear mongering phase of conspiracy theories, right? Because you've got these videos that are always out where people are like, oh, it's coming next week, or it's coming this year, or it's coming in a couple of months. There's going to be martial law, and robots are taking over, and nuclear bombs, and the asteroid's going to hit. They've always got these all of a sudden scenarios. And if you're not careful, you're going to be addicted to that, always waiting for this all of a sudden thing. Hopefully, not spending a bunch of money on those fears. And then one day you'll realize, like, damn, I've been waiting for this all of a sudden thing to happen for the past 20 years. Reality don't work like that. Reality gradually creeps in. And if you're paying attention, you can see it. You can see it. Mothra says it's officially winter solstice, 12/21. Oh, yeah. It's been creeping up, right? Truth Tellers. That's a crazy title, boy. Matthew Watson says the Chicken Little phase. I remember that phase, man. I remember that phase vividly. 2006. Reptilians. George Bush is a reptilian, and they got this coming, and there's these blue-skinned aliens coming. Illuminati, like all this stuff was about to crack down. Martial law, war on American soil. All this stuff was going to happen any day now. That was 20 years ago, man. But I held on to it for probably till about 2012 or so. I was locked in. I'm trying to wake everybody up and tell everyone, hey, y'all, it's coming. It's coming. It's going to happen any day now. Nibiru, Planet X is coming. Oh, you guys don't understand. It's coming any day now. And them saying that same song is playing right now. People still talk about the same exact shit they was talking about. And I imagine they was talking about it far before I heard of it. That's not how reality works. Reality eases in. Likewise, there are certain potentialities within the human race that are slowly making themselves known, slowly making themselves visible. And by the time they really come about, we're probably not going to recognize it as anything extraordinary. My parents are into the all of a sudden waiting for the rapture. Yeah, man, that was a serious one. Wait, any day now, the Lord's coming. Any day now. No man knows the hour. No man knows the day or the hour. Trauma, dude. Trauma. Walking on eggshells. You're not really transforming into a good person. You're just trying to make sure that when the shoe drops, when the ball drops, you don't get caught. Put your pants down. Fear. Control. But, you know, fifth graders do fifth grade stuff. You know what I'm saying? Eighth graders do eighth grade stuff. Pray it after I cuss. Yeah, man. We were all, I'm sure most of us were there. I'm sure most of us were there. We living in end times. We've been living in Revelation for the past couple hundred years, right? Supposedly. Living in the end time. At some point, it's got to be like, all right, whether we are or we're not, what's for dinner? What's for dinner? Even if so, what? Stay ready, so you got to get ready. If it is the end times, good. Good. I hope it's the end time. That don't bother me none. And it don't change nothing I'm doing because I'm already ready. I'm good. Oh man, that was it right there. The reverse song tracks, right? That's what got me into this whole thing, man. 666, murder, murder, Jesus. When that pastor was putting that Jay-Z record on backwards, look, everybody, he's saying 666, murder, Jesus. 33333. Nobody wanted to hear that. I had people terrified. No, man, cut that shit off, man. I don't want to hear that shit. Y'all remember that phase? 666, murder, murder, Jesus. And it was crazy. It was that one clip. That one clip. All right, caramba. That's demonic. Demonic. All right. Back to the text. So, the full range of the possibilities of human evolution thus falls into three sections: the latencies, the actualities, the potentiality. Potentiality. Jesus. Cut that shit off, man. Cut that shit off, man. I'm just trying to smoke and chill. I don't want to hear that shit. Please. Please cut that off. Drew's Original says, Brother Panic had a viral fear-mongering post from over a decade ago, LMAO. It had like 1 million views with the title, like, Strange Sounds Heard Around the World. I remember that. Mark of the Beast. We've been waiting on the Mark of the Beast. We've been waiting on microchips. You're going to put a microchip in your forehead and then I'm still waiting on the microchips. That's demonic. Demonic. Shit wasn't even real. Pastor was scamming. It was fake. Oh, that's even worse. Well, I'd imagine he still gets good karma for opening the eyes of the people. AI Atlas passed and it should happen. Man, everybody just stopped talking about it. Moved on to Diddy. You see how the peanut gallery, like I'm telling you, if you pay attention to the peanut gallery, they don't really care about nothing. They just want something to flap them gums. They just want to flap them gums and express emotions. Went from AI Atlas is coming in November to nobody saying anything about it. Oh, Diddy and 50 Cent documentary. I can't wait for the next episode. Diddy and Welcome to Derry and Stranger Things. All of a sudden, right? And they got the next batch of distraction ready for you come the new year. And y'all gonna eat it all up. You're gonna eat it all up like you do every single time. But that's okay, right? That's part of the game. Enjoy. Welcome to Derry and Welcome to Diddy and whatever else they got for you. Stranger Things. Eat it all up. Natural disaster, political scandal, celebrity scandal. What was the other one? Natural disaster, political scandal, celebrity scandal, and disease, like viral sickness thing. They're gonna put them things on rotation for you. Remember before Diddy, they had Will Smith. Rosa Flame says you probably like Stranger Things, Trev. I probably would. No shade to Stranger Things. I mean, I'm sure it's a good show. I'm sure Welcome to Derry is a good show. Just pointing out the context, that's all. Yes, you know what I'm saying? You can study a cult and still watch all that stuff. It's not the stuff. It's the context of the constant rotation of distraction and being completely engulfed in it. That's what I'm pointing out. You can do what you want to do. Perhaps I've never seen an episode of Stranger Things, to be honest. Not because like I'm so pure and awesome and refuse to watch TV. I just never sat down to watch it. The only reason I have a TV in my home is so my son can play video games. That's the only reason there's a TV here. Since I moved in, like nobody watches TV here. Completely engulfed in the wrong stuff. But see, that's the thing. Like, remember what she was saying before. You got to identify these things, these influences within yourself, and then you start to master them. With as much as we have been bombarded with bullshit, you'd think that more people will have had mastered these influences by now. Oh, oh. The doctrine of the group soul is closely interwoven with that of the planetary spirit, for, as has been shown, the planetary spirit is the personality of the planet built up out of its experiences derived from the consciousness functioning within its sphere. Remember, the personality is the lower self. The doctrine of the group soul is closely interwoven with that of the planetary spirit. So look, you got the planetary spirit and you got the group soul. The planetary spirit is the personality, the lower self of the planet, built up out of its experiences derived from the consciousness functioning within its sphere. No consideration of group or individual psychology can be adequate unless allowance be made for the influence of the planetary spirit. I don't spit it. That's the planetary spirit. Automatic. This is sometimes referred to as the earth pull, and as it was built up in the past and contains nothing of the future, it is necessarily purely atavistic, and therefore, relatively speaking, evil. Atavistic, think of the clip off, right? Atavistic is like ancient, primordial, deep past, primal past. You know, you think of people out in the jungle with face paint and beating on drums and hunting lions and shit. But they use magic too, right? They used magic too. That's atavistic right there. Sometimes it's referred to as the earth pull, and as it was built up in the past and contains nothing of the future, it is necessarily purely atavistic and therefore, relatively speaking, evil. I remember once I had a meditation where I channeled the atavistic forces and the futuristic forces, AI versus the Black Dragon. And I got to hear from both sides of the story. And it occurred to me that there is not one that I should be following. I should remain aware at all times when these different forces are having their influence on me. It's not that one is better than the other. We're just dealing with different influences. An influence of the future and an influence of the past. Okay, in contradistinction to the planetary spirit, it must not be forgotten that there is the planetary entity. This is the logoidal realization of the existence of a planetary sphere and the logoidal concept of its mission and evolution. This corresponds to the individuality, the soul. And development of both aspects takes place till they meet. With regard to a planetary spirit, so look, planetary entity, higher self. Planetary spirit, lower self. With regard to a planetary spirit, however, it is built up out of the realization of the conscious life of its sphere. And as it is not possible to realize a thing until after its occurrence, the planetary spirit is always a stage behind humanity in its evolution. Sheesh. So, planetary spirit is the lower self. Planetary entity is the higher self. Remember that. Remember me tell you. It will be seen that each phase of experience of a developing humanity lays down a corresponding level of planetary consciousness. This is a reflection or projection of evolutionary consciousness. And like all reflections is reversed. So the lowest aspect appears on the surface and the highest is concealed in the depths. This is borne out by experience. For when we touch the earth's soul, we touch its most primitive aspects first. And it is not until we have penetrated deeply into its sphere that we realize what it is capable of. It is very necessary in approaching these matters that we should not investigate them until full self-consciousness has been attained. If we approach them by means of subconsciousness, we make ourselves one with them, and the lesser is under the dominion of the greater, the individual of the mass. The planetary spirit may be conceived of as the mass karma of the earth. The mass karma of the earth. And all life on the earth must be lived in relation to that karma. For it makes the mental atmosphere in which we live and move and have our being. There's your quote from the Kabbalion, by the way. Planetary spirit may be conceived of as the mass karma of earth. And all life on the earth must be lived in relation to that karma. For it makes the mental atmosphere in which we live and move and have our being. In considering the horoscope, insufficient attention is usually given to the phases of the physical plane, to the changing tides of the earth and the moon. It is not enough to note the moon's position. It should be observed whether she is in her negative or positive phase. Likewise, with the earth, the season of the elements should be observed. All these play an important part in human affairs, for though they are not determining, they are conditioning. And that's a powerful way to look at it too. Think about it through that lens. Astrology is not determining, it's conditioning. It's conditioning. So, say, for example, you want to sell ice cream outside, right? Astrology and the weather is not going to determine whether or not you do that. However, if it's very hot outside, that's going to condition your ice cream sales. If it's very cold outside, that's going to also condition your ice cream sales. So now you have to adjust to the conditions. Think of astrology in that way. Astrology conditions what's happening. The past or biological consciousness then lives in the earth karma and also lives in each individual identity. And the reaction between the individual and collective atavistic strata are very important. Wherever the development of a particular aspect has had its seat or form, that aspect will dominate the atmosphere of the locality. Where the druidical cults built up their powers, these powers will remain in evidence and will stimulate that aspect of an individual which they were designed to bring into function. And while this method of bathing in the mental atmosphere is valuable for adjusting the balance of the individual who is lacking in this respect, it is injudicious for those who already have an overplus of it. And as these feel themselves to be alien in the modern civilization, they are irresistibly attracted towards the ancient cultures, and an oversetting of balance may be the consequence. Each race maintains its cultural traditions, and each cult survives until the faculties which it was designed to initiate have become the normal inheritance of the species. Then it ceases to become esoteric and becomes exoteric. Each race maintains its cultural traditions. So think about each race. Think about the cultural traditions of each race. And each cult survives until when? Until the faculties which it was designed to initiate have become the normal inheritance of the species. Then it ceases to become esoteric and becomes exoteric. Look, this is when things become mainstream. This is when things that used to be niche become mainstream. You ever notice how there are things that like a small group of people do, and only that group of people do it? But over years and years and years, something happens to now everybody in the world is doing it, even people who have no connection to the origin of that behavior, trends and fads. Well, this is a lot like what was happening in the deep past with different cults and different races, really, because most of this stuff was happening within a particular race, racial families of people. Everybody didn't light fireworks up into the sky. Everybody wasn't growing and eating rice. Everybody wasn't taking baths. Cults do not die because they are cut off from the march of progress, but because their spiritual principle is absorbed completely in the life of the race. Boom. Boom. So, what are you saying by this? Does that mean that there's no such thing as cultural appropriation? Because eventually it becomes absorbed by the entire human race? Uh-oh. Can't stop it. Maybe it's because it's not meant to be stopped. Cults do not die because they are cut off from the march of progress, but because their spiritual principle is absorbed completely in the life of the race. That which they set out to teach is taken for granted, and their day and teaching is over because the pupil knows the lesson. That which is sloughed off is but the effete accretions of human opinion seeking to explain that which transcends it. But as long as there are souls that require the discipline, the cult lives on. And now we wrap it up. Now we finalize tonight's experience with this last page. Okie dokie artichoke. The cults of the past gained their power by contacting the strata of the earth soul to which their initiation belongs. Now be it known that these strata have close connection with the elementals, being used by them for the building of the thought forms which enable them to assume a species of incarnation. Therefore, the context of an atavistic cult may be far-reaching. These things have their place in the armory of spiritual weapons, but are to be approached with caution, for they are two-edged. A knowledge of them is necessary in the study of psychical pathology, but not for self-development. These faculties are normal in us and receive an undue stimulus if unduly fostered. To each man his own master. Do not select a master of a lower or different type of evolution to your own. Do not select a master of a lower or different type of evolution to your own. Wise words. Wise words. Fantastic. Fantastic. So let's do a quick recap. And then I bid you adieu. The Cosmic Doctrine, chapters 22 through 24. The cosmic influence, parallel evolutions, and human responsibility. Where we are in the book, what we've covered. Structure of the cosmos, the great entity, logos, satellites, planes, rays, and evolutionary mechanics. The shift. Now the focus shifts. How those structures actually affect humanity and how humanity becomes a causal force. The arc of these chapters. This was actually really good. Really informative too. Really informative. So chapter 22, we talked about the influence, universe's influences on humanity. Chapter 23, we talked about other evolutions coexisting with humanity. Chapter 24, humanity now influences itself. Chapter 22, influences of the manifested universe. Influences of the manifested universe. Humanity does not evolve in isolation. The entire manifested universe exerts pressure, not intention, upon all life waves. Remember, alignment is key, my friends. Alignment is key. What influence means here? It's not personal, it's not individual targeting. It's not conscious, it's not deliberate, it's not moral, there's no judgment. We're talking about structural pressure, forces that are shaping and developing, energetic balance, equilibrium across systems, evolutionary climate, the conditions for growth. How this influence works. The universe influences through the state of other systems, the balance of force across manifestation, the accumulated momentum of creation. This shapes rates of development, it limits possibility, and is the collective historical tone. Why this chapter matters? Chapter 22 corrects two extremes. Wrong view number one, humanity is uniquely chosen. Humanity is embedded in a living system. It's not about humanity, but we are, this is our perspective. It's a bigger picture at play though. Wrong view number two, humanity is abandoned in chaos. Influence is real, but it's impersonal. We're not being punished, and we're also not being uplifted and celebrated. Chapter 23, other evolutions inhabiting a planet simultaneously. A planet is not occupied by only one life wave. Multiple evolutions can coexist without awareness of one another. How coexistence is possible? Different planes operate on different planes of existence. Different perception, perceive reality differently. Spatially overlapping, psychically separate, and functionally independent. This is coexistence. The key principle, lack of awareness, is protective. Remember, the veil is mercy. The veil is mercy. The fact that we cannot see, the fact that we have this sense of an illusion or whatever, this is protection. If full awareness existed, function would collapse, evolution would destabilize, boundaries would dissolve prematurely. Separation is structural, it's not hostile. And the example that I gave last week was, it's like if your stomach gained full sentience and knew what it was and what it's doing and what it's a part of, at least for a moment, it would stop doing stomach stuff, wouldn't it? If your liver and your kidneys and your heart gained full awareness of what they were and their place in the ecosystem, they might, at least for a moment, stop working. And that would affect the whole in a negative way. So likewise, the separation, the veils, the ignorance, etc., these are a mercy, and they're set in place as a context for growth and for evolution. You ever see in Japan how they grow those square apples? Well, they take the apple when it's a little seedling baby, and they put a square container around it, and they allow the apple to grow within that container. And when they take it off, the apple has grown into a perfect cube shape. Likewise, the veil of Maya and our ignorance allows us to evolve in a very specific way. Watermelon squares. Yeah, it must be watermelon. I could have sworn I saw it in apples, but I think you might be. That might just be watermelons. Either way, you know what I'm talking about. So what this explains: elemental lives, nature intelligences, rare contact, and parallel evolutions. Why chapter 23 matters. It dismantles naive thinking. It challenges everything is always connected assumptions. It removes fear. It eliminates ideas of constant surveillance. Reality is layered. Contact is exceptional. Now, chapter 24, the one that we just read, influences which humanity exerts upon itself. Humanity has reached a stage where it is now a causal agent in its own evolution. This is the turning point. What changes at this stage? Once self-consciousness matures, group causality begins. Group behavior creates group conditions. Self-reinforcement creates collective patterns that reinforce themselves. Structural karma. Karma becomes structural, not personal. There's a bigger picture at play. Humanity itself becomes its own environment. The nature of these influences are automatic. They are not punishments. They are impersonal. They are not moral judgments. They are accumulative, not external interventions. They are law in motion. So look, yes, karma is a real thing, but how people assume that it works is incorrect. It's not your personal punishment and your personal reward. We're talking about the flow of unending motion. Remember what this book is all about from the very beginning. There was motion and it never stopped. The motion never stopped. What we're experiencing now is a continuation of that motion. It's a continuation of that motion. That's what karma is. Karma is a word for that process. So it's not personal. It's not a punishment. The hard truth: much human suffering is self-generated, created by your own actions. It's historically compounded. It's built up over time. And I know that part is hard for people to accept. But let's look at it. Let's look at it. Sometimes bad things happen to innocent people because it's carry-over karma. It's karma that carried over from a previous motion. No, that doesn't sound good to hear. It doesn't sound good to hear. But everything that we are experiencing in life is an unending chain of events that has started before time existed. It's also structurally reinforced. It's embedded within the system. The cosmos is no longer doing this to us. We are. Why chapter 24 matters. After this point, blame is no longer metaphysically valid, which is true. At some point on this path, you've got to abandon the concept of blaming anyone or anything. You can't blame people and you can't blame the stars. You can't blame no demiurge or none of that stuff. Matt Mystic says, can't we clear our karma? Example, telling someone what you're about to do before you do it. So again, that's not. I think what you're talking about there is something different than the word karma, right? That's more like guilt or something like that. But as far as karma, like it's, if I take that watermelon and I drop it and it bursts, that's karma. So there's nothing to do with intentions, nothing to do with morality, none of that. Now, here's the thing. If I want to profit off of that process, then I will set up some kind of structure to where I can make money off of people that are dropping watermelons. Right? So now I've aligned myself with that karma in such a way to benefit from it. Now, I can also step out of that and stop doing that, but the watermelon dropping is going to keep happening and people are going to keep paying for it or whatever. Like the process continues. It's a motion that's continuing. You as an individual choose to align with it or to not align with it. Now, the real concept of clearing your karma, what that's actually talking about, we're talking about, remember what was said earlier in this chapter about recognizing influences within the self, mastering those influences, and becoming one with those influences so that you now have the authority to command those influences. That's more of actually clearing karma, because what you're doing is you're rising the identification from the animal body to a force of consciousness. The animal body has karma attached to it already, because guess what? The animal body is going to have to shit out what it ate, it's going to have to piss out what it drank, and it's going to have to get old and die. Right? The animal body is going to have to do that no matter what. That's karma. It's not because somebody did or no morality whatsoever. It's just the motion. Because you were born, the karma is death. Because you ate, the karma is shit. Because you drank, the karma is piss. Now, how do you clear that karma? You clear that karma by realizing that you are not that animal body. You're not the animal body. The animal body has to do that stuff, because that's the karma of the animal, of the beast. What you are is something that's operating on a different level. You're not the body. You're not the emotions. Because guess what? The emotions have their own karma. You're not the mind. The mind even has its own karma. To clear your karma is to come into a realization, like an actual realization, not saying it, but a realization that you are something that is above all of that. That's clearing your karma. But it's a realization. Like you have to see it. The same way that we talked about, coming to the realization to where it's like, oh, I can't focus. I'm distracted easily. But it's like, hey, you sat there and you binge watched an entire season on Netflix. You can focus. You sat there and you focused on that show for hours and hours and hours nonstop. That's evidence of hyperfocus. You realize that. And then you take that truth and you say, wow, that's true. I can focus and I have focus and I do focus. You take that and now you apply it to other stuff that you're doing, because you are a person who focuses. The fact that you don't is because you're telling yourself you're not. But when you realize the truth and you identify with the truth, now you behave like the truth. Likewise, you got to come into a realization that you are more than just an animal body and emotions and a mind. When you realize that, you behave like that. That's how you clear your karma. Good. Sunshine Chick, peace and greetings. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Cool. Yeah, because look, to think of it in such a way that it's like, if I do something good, I get reward. If I do something bad, I get punished. That's literally Pavlov conditioning. Remember Pavlov, he had the dogs and he would train them with the bell. That's literally how you train an animal. So when we say that kind of thing and we're thinking from that perspective, we are literally thinking from an animal perspective as a beast. And you can expect that from the peanut gallery, because that's where they're at with their understanding. Beast. What you got to understand is bigger than that. You didn't start anything. You didn't choose to be born into the race you're born in. You didn't choose to be born into the gender you're born in. You didn't choose to be born into the country, to the city. You didn't choose none of that stuff. It's a part of karma that's manifested. So you're not responsible for any of it. It's not your karma. You didn't cause any of it. You didn't cause any of it. It's not yours. But where people fuck up is they claim all that. They say, yes, this is all me. And since they claim it and attach to it, they now experience the results of the effect of that. They experience what's coming next. And they say it's mine. And that kind of locks them into this cycle of reincarnating into the same spot. Eventually, you come to the realization, oh, I'm more than just that. I really am more than just that. Meditation is like the easiest way to start to come into that realization, because you have to think to yourself, wow, what is experiencing this? My body isn't experiencing this, so what is experiencing this? And you start to come into a realization that there's a more expanded part of yourself. And you keep expanding, and you're going to see that you are the animal. You're also your environment. You're also your thoughts and your feelings. And you're also the one who's orchestrating this whole thing. Eventually, you're going to understand that you are the dreamer itself, dreaming all of this into existence. And it's a game. Now you can watch Stranger Things and watch the Diddy documentary and eat bioengineered food, and it doesn't affect you because you know none of this stuff matters. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who's president. It doesn't matter who said what. Cultural appropriation and all this other stuff that people complain about, none of it matters. None of it's real anyways. Patrick has been trying to tell people karma is habits plus cause and effect. They don't want to listen. So stop trying to tell people and let them figure out their own, the same way I did. That's all you literally can do. It's not our job to teach people metaphysics. It's not our job to teach people metaphysics. It's not something that someone else can teach you. It must be realized. It must be realized. You're only watching this channel because you already realized this stuff. You're only here now because you already know it. Them same people that you're talking about, they will never click on this channel. And even if they accidentally get here, they're going to leave faster than they arrived. And they might try to rebuke me in Jesus' name, and they might say it's demonic. But there's no way to bring someone into the light. They have to expand into it first. Because think about you. Think about your growth. When you started to hear like certain teachers or authors or YouTubers or whatever, started to hear these people talk about this stuff, a part of you was like, that sounds true. I don't know logically whether or not it's true, but that sounds, something about this sounds familiar. That's what we feel. And we follow that rabbit hole until it becomes more and more uncovered. And I guarantee you, multiple times tonight and all throughout your spiritual journey, you have this thought happen. Damn, I already know that. Damn, I already do that. I've been doing this all my life. Don't you keep having those thoughts when you read these books and listen to these live streams? Damn, I already knew that. That's because you already knew that. These other folks, it's likely that this is their first time here. They probably just got through being a damn earth elemental, a dog, you know what I'm saying, a rock. They just came out of something completely different. They're here to eat, to have sex, right? They're here to experience the flesh. That's what they're here for. Thank God, because you were there too. I was there too. But once you've done that so many times, it comes to a point where it's like, damn, it's got to be something else. Because I done had my fill of this. I've had my fill. There's only so many times you can do certain things before you start to ask what else is there. A newcomer to planet Earth does not ask what else is there. They want more of the same. Mothra says, has anyone seen a movie called Defending Your Life? It's about a man who dies, and after death, he finds himself on trial for being afraid. Oh, shit. Never heard of that. Defending Your Life. I've never heard of that one. enjoy the divine comedy. That or be pissed off all the time. I'm not going to sit up in here being pissed off all the time, being sad all the time. I'd have been through that already. I've been sad enough. I've been angry enough. Volbach says, I think the Bodhisattva vow is just symbolism for compassion. Maybe. Maybe. I'm open to seeing, to realizing more about what that's all about. Because I used to think to myself, like, oh, yeah, absolutely. I'll definitely choose to come back and help. I'll definitely, if it was ever me, I would definitely make the choice to come back and help everybody. I used to think that, but then I realized several things. I realized several things after that. The most important thing that I realized in that concern is that this system is perfect as it is. There's nothing that I can do or need to do to change or fix anything. The audacity of me to think that the Most High would make a mistake, the audacity for me to be able to believe that I have enough experience and understanding of reality to determine that the entities that came before me made a mistake. The audacity of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, what does that say about the individual? But yeah, the system is perfect. The paradigm, it's perfect. It's designed to do exactly what it's doing. I don't have to agree with it. Nobody has to agree. It's so perfect. It doesn't need us to agree. So in realizing that, I realized like there's nothing I can do to help. There's nothing I can do. There's no need to help. And all that leaves now is ego. Me wanting to be praised, me wanting to be celebrated, me wanting people to say, oh, I need you. That comes from an insecurity. And after some shadow work, you can dissolve that. And once that's dissolved, once you dissolve that need to be appreciated, and then you dissolve the belief that the world is flawed, now why is there a reason to come back? Willingly. But like I said, I don't know. Maybe there's more to it. I'm open to learning it. Integration, the unified message of chapters 22 through 24. Shaped by universe. You are shaped by the universe, the shape of you. Shared reality. You share reality with other evolutions. Self-determination. You now shape your own fate. This is initiation, not comfort. Not comfort. The structural insight. The cosmos does not judge, it reflects structure back to its creators. Before, humanity is carried by cosmic forces, right? That's the involution. Now, on the evolution, humanity must self-regulate. The same way that you grow as a child into a more mature adult, a child is taken care of, but as an adult, you do the taking care of. Remember what Bobby Hemmett said about these angels? He said that when you're a child, the angels were there to protect you. Or he talked about Horus and Heru, and how Heru had those four entities about him. They were in charge of protecting him, keeping him safe as he grew. But once he reaches a level of maturity, they now become his servants. That's your Akash and the four elements. There should come a time when you are mature enough to dictate reality. There should be a time where you are mature enough to dictate what happens. Orientation for the reader. As you continue reading, look for law, not morality. Don't look for morality here. Look for structure, not narrative. Context over content. Look for function, not blame. Not blame. There's no need to blame. There's no blame. The Cosmic Doctrine is not telling a story. It's describing how worlds are built and unbuilt. So this is a book all about context. It's not about judgment. Okay? All right. There we have it. That is the end of tonight's study. Any questions? Any comments? This was a really good session. If you missed the first 2 hours, I suggest you go back and watch it. A lot of good stuff. A lot of good stuff. I love this book. I love this book. I'm so glad to be of a mentality to understand what's written here. Grateful for that. Cool. All right, everybody. Enjoy your holiday. I hope that you have a good time. I hope that you spend time with people that you want to spend time with, and you do things that you want to do. And the next time we see each other, you'll be even happier than you are right now. Next time we see each other, you'll be in good spirits. You'll be grateful and thankful and optimistic and all that good stuff. Because life gets better and better and better and better. You don't have to suffer. You don't have to suffer. You don't have to suffer. It's perfect, man. And let the peanut gallery do what they do. Be grateful for them too, because they're doing it so you don't have to. God bless the peanut gallery. God bless it. God bless the peanut gallery.
I hate to say it. I hope I don't sound ridiculous. I don't know who this man is. I mean, he could be walking down the street. I wouldn't know a thing. Sorry to this man.
Sorry to this man. All right. Happy holidays. Happy holidays. All right. Appreciate you. Same time next week. Give or take an hour or two. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you. Peace.